Hello, hello, Bobbit. Some dank jazzy tunes, if you will, and I will. And I'll take it, and I'll take pictures, and I'll write home about it. That's right. Fucking jazz legend. You didn't know it. All right. Now you do. What? Oh, I get it. It's because I resized the window too small. Anywho, if you're just joining, we are going for a ride on the rails. Going for a ride on the rails. If you're not familiar with what the rails are, well, I urge you to take a train sometime. Because trains are cool. You know? Trains are pretty cool. Alright? Don't talk shit about trains. Alright? There's no reason to. Trains are cool. So if you haven't noticed, we're clearly on somebody's YouTube. Right? We're on somebody's channel. That's going to be who we're talking about today. If you're not familiar with the quartering, holy shit, do you need a catch-up. Alright. Apparently he's really, really popular on YouTube. And totally not botting any of his viewers or subbies. Totally not. Absolutely not. Nope. No way, Jose. Alright. If anybody got where they got organically, it's the quartering. Alright. So stay tuned. Obviously, if you don't know me, hi, I'm Goose. And as I was about to say, obviously the subs only section is on for chatters. For good reason. I don't have to explain, but I can if you'd like. What I will say is that we've eliminated a lot of the the rogue elements. But, you know, just for now, until the community is built, which, by the way, please subscribe. That is exactly what I need. It's exactly why we're doing all this, you know. And it helps immensely. And gosh darn it, it's the right thing to do. All right? So chill. Hang out. Let's have some fun together. All right? This might take the whole stream. Because the lore on this guy is deep. There's a deep lore bench. I should have titled the stream something about the quartering, because this is probably not going to be not about the quartering. So strap yourselves in. I have something called psoriatic arthritis, I believe. Pretty weird. Pretty weird condition. Kind of shitty. Skippy, why would you want to find your soulmate in this stream? I mean, don't you want to go, like, outside? And find a soulmate in the outside? You know, maybe if I go like this. Oh god, don't do anything bad. Don't disconnect. Don't do anything bad. Don't. This might actually prove to be a better setup. Ah. That sounds dangerous. What sounds dangerous? Riding the rails? It's only dangerous for those who don't do it right. For those who don't respect the rails. Alright. What am I talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about, you know? Sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about at all. I'm really just trying to kill... I'm trying to borrow time, trying to pad this out so I can just get this going. Going outside, it is dangerous. But you know what they say about people who thrive is that they live dangerously. I don't know if that's what they say about people who thrive. I don't know if that's what they say about anybody, to be quite honest. TBH. So, I don't think this is going to work with the shot that I was hoping for. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. What we can do is we can just do this, though. And that might actually be better. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Or, oh wait, no. I got it. I have never really played Magic. I did learn how to play it. I tried to learn how to play it, but I did not enjoy it. It was not the game for me. All right, so I mean, this is good, but it's still... Oh, I know what to do. No? Am I not zoomed in at all? Nope, not zoomed in. Damn it! Enjoy my shirt. I don't know if you've seen one as badass as this before, but now you have. So yeah, I guess it's not going to work unless it's like up again, I think. So we'll put it up again. We'll just make it look down disapprovingly, as my father would at me. All right, that might work. Yeah, that might work. All right, now all we got to do is just crop it, and we should be good to go. No, not good to go. Damn it! I forgot that I need to actually have it looking at me. That cuts off so much of the green screen. If this could just be halfway up. I don't know. No more housekeeping stuff. I know this is probably boring. What? Oh my gosh, no, I want... Look at my phone camera, there we go. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. You can see me enough. I can see the screen enough. I think we're good. I ain't gonna fuss about it more. I want to make sure that St. Anthony of Bourdain is still on the screen. All right. We're ready to go. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, damn it. So I get the feeling maybe this is not the title for the stream, because it's not really doing what I want it to do. Not necessarily doing what I want it to do. And this would be in people in blogs. There we go. Or no, I believe, Metal. Unregulated stock market? What the fuck do you mean, Skippy? How is it an unregulated stock market? I mean, it's a thing that's bought and sold. So I mean, it's regulated. Well, I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that something is regulated technically, right? Because, right? Regulated, I guess, would mean like, oh, it's overseen by the ATF or the whatever, DEA or DTF, LMAO, the LOL. You know, those organizations. Those well-known agencies. All right. So, I mean, forget about the, I mean, obviously, a very hyperbolic title to the sub if you don't know who the Quartering is. And I'm assuming, we're going to just approach this assuming that you don't know who the Quartering is. But, I was hoping there would be a pinned thing here. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Maybe about. There we go. So, I guess this kind of sums it up, right? Have you seen Kino Casino? I have not. Is that a person or is that a concept? Person, place, or thing? Help me out. So, if you can't read it, this sub is documenting and mocking a bigoted neckbeard grifter who is addicted to social media, alcohol, and prescription pills. Obviously, it's a brigading sub. It's a drama sub. It's a brigading sub. I think everybody knows what these look like. So, it's a show where they make fun of idiots like Jeremy. Oh, okay, cool. Then yeah, I would probably enjoy it. Lowbrow humor. Ah, I like that. I like lowbrow humor. I enjoy it. Move me more to the center of the screen. There we go. So, I mean, I've been watching, I don't know. I've been watching What's-His-Face, The Quartering, on and off for like 10 years, and he always seems to be getting himself under hot water for some reason or another. And one of the more prominent reasons I became, again, recently aware of him was because someone called him out in a video for, like, botting views and for botting subbies and for scamming people. And then I saw another video recently that was, I think it was all about him being, like, a creep while he's married and, like, while the other person's married, like, just being a fucking creep. Like, asked a woman out on a date. Like a co-host on something. We can watch the video. I don't like reacting to reactions, but I think it was Rationality Rules. One of the channels that kind of like highlights a lot of this drama. They put it a lot more succinctly than I can when talking about that situation. So I think when we do that specifically, then we'll probably just watch that section of that video. But in it, as a summary. Gross. As a summary, he's a content creator. He's like anybody else. He's like any other YouTuber, but he's been around for a while. Let's see if it says when he started. Joined November 12th, 2015. So, just before the first Trump administration, if you remember that long ago. I don't know how anyone could. It feels like a blur to me, but... Anywho. So he started in 2015. He started like kind of right when a lot of people started cropping up on YouTube. You know, I think perhaps there was some, some political fatigue there. Perhaps there was some, I don't know. Through whatever means that society deemed it necessary or a thing, a bunch of people started cropping up on YouTube around that time. And, I mean, some channels got big, some didn't. I don't know. I don't really know enough about the YouTubosphere to know, like, who came around that time. Like, I spend most of my time offline. That makes me sound really old. I'd spend most of my time offline. You kids these days and your hippity-hoppities and your, snippity-snappities and your rap music. I just can't keep up with it. You know? Your gosh darn rap music. It's all about the rap music these days, you know? Why are you kids so obsessed with rap music? Alright? It's just a bunch of words. It's like poetry, but really fast. You know? Anywho, I would like to put on his most popular video, just for shits and gigs. Just for shits and gigs.
Man, I've been missing some serious high-quality roasts. Now, it's no surprise, it's no news to you that the Avengers cast all love Brie Larson, the savior, the new face of Marvel, and there has been a huge press junket going on recently.
Are you feeling it? Are you understanding what's happening?
One or two of the original cast, along with Brie Larson, which I'm sure is on purpose so that they're ushering in the new face of Marvel, which totally makes sense, and I understand every reason why they're doing it. But out of this press tour has come some absolutely merciless ribbing. Some of it seems good-natured, while other parts of it seem like there's a general disdain for Brie Larson. So let's do a little greatest hits of all the great roasts in just the past few days. And also we're going to talk about Brie Larson's little who white lie about doing all her own stunts.
I am committed to self-improvement, and I work at being the best person that I can be and using this platform for as much good as I can. But it doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes, but I'm very comfortable with that and allowing myself to learn from those mistakes.
No, I don't know if Renner is...
But what did that mean? That was a clip that was completely out of context. Like, what does that mean? Sega Genesis was the first console I ever bought with my own money. It was from doing a bunch of chores. I saved up $100 and some odd. And my mom went out with me and bought it.
Completely uninterested. Now, some background on the question is the interviewer said, "Hey, do you?"
So you catch all this, right? Like, it's clearly like manosphere, red pill, alt-right leaning sort of stuff. It's the stuff, the same stuff that you've heard time and time again. It's the same old chestnut. It's the same old, I guess, hateful. We haven't gotten quite to hateful yet. He gets to hateful later on, but he's really just parroting a lot of the same shit you've heard from the same grifters that have always been saying it.
Where most of the Avengers are touring around, one or two of the original cast along with Brie Larson, which I'm sure is on purpose so that they're ushering in the new face of Marvel, which...
So I don't know if you're familiar with Marvel, but this never happened. Brie Larson was not the face of the MCU. That wasn't a thing. It happened in a couple of movies, and it was corny as all fuck. But everybody recognizes that. And people tend to understand that corporations will absolutely pander to whatever's popular at the time. And it just so happens to be that despite voting records, only 30% of people vote, but despite voting records, progressive policies tend to be the most popular things that drive society forward. It tends to be in the zeitgeist as a +1 for corporate marketing purposes. But it never happened. Like, there was not an MCU. Never happened. Brie Larson was not the face. They were doing the movie tour, I think, for what? The Endgame. Endgame will be out very soon, is what it says in his description. They already had a movie in which, like, half of everybody died. So, like, clearly. Skippy, you really should vote. I'm just kidding, bro. I know you're an atheist. Sorry, I didn't see your Slinky. I didn't see your comment before. You would not ever come anywhere close to pissing me off with calling me a Christian. I don't find that as an insult. So I promise you're not making me any kind of way.
Totally makes sense, and I understand.
And I want to see what he's
every
talking
reason
about
why
when he
they're doing
talks
it.
about Renner.
But out of this press tour has come some absolutely merciless ribbing. Some of it seems good-natured, while other parts of it seem like there's a general disdain for Brie Larson. So
could it be that he's just projecting his own feelings onto the people that he's watching? Wishing they felt that way? Probably. That's probably the most likely answer.
let's do little greatest hits of all the great roasts in just the past few days. And also we're going to talk about Brie Larson's little who-white lie about doing all her own stunts.
Who-white to lie? I think he was trying to say white lie, and then he, like, something went off in his brain that was like, is this a dog whistle? Oh my god, am I dog whistling? Oh my god, and then he kind of got hitched up. I don't know, that's just speculation on my part, but could be.
I am committed to self-improvement, and
So, Jeremy Renner, famously a pretty decent actor. If you've ever seen anything that he's been in, he's not typically the worst guy on screen. Does a lot of movies, works pretty often, and would likely be pretty tired. Jet lagged, just general tiredness. And then put in whatever mental anguish that you take on when you're playing a part and going somewhat method. I don't know if he's a method actor, but you get what I'm saying. If you're trying to get yourself into a character's head, you're going to take on some of that trauma. And so, like, yeah, you're probably sitting with quite a lot of, yawns and maybe eye rolls and things like that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he disapproves of what he's hearing. He could just not even be paying attention. He could be completely zoned out. Look at him. That guy is on a different planet right now.
work at being the best person that I can be and using this platform for as much good as I can. But it doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes, but I'm very comfortable with that and allowing myself to learn from those mistakes.
No, I don't know.
He just doesn't want to be there. Again, I don't know if you've watched many of the Marvel movies, but Renner is not exactly a Marvel actor. He may have been a Hawkeye in a couple of them. He was in Thor, and then he was in the Avenger movies, and then he had his series. I don't think that he's that invested in Marvel content, to be honest. So I don't know why. I mean, it just honestly feels like projection right now at this point. Because he's calling that clip, he said, oh, let's, nice to see someone who can take a joke without being offended. You really would not be able to offend me. You could call me all the dirtiest, craziest names on the planet, and you would probably never, ever offend me. That just don't happen. I get more determined. So, no offense taken, good sir.
No, if Renner is, he looks completely uninterested now.
Right. So what you're saying is that someone who's likely very tired, probably working on another project at the time, has to do this press tour, and he's probably very exhausted, doesn't really want to be there in general, and you've rushed him into this room where he's now got to do like 300 interviews in the span of 4 hours, 5 hours, of course he's going to look like he doesn't want to be there. Anybody else who wears their emotions on their sleeves are going to look like that during any kind of press interviews. So I wouldn't take those, especially like, do you remember like the Cynthia, the Wicked press tours? How Ariana and her co-star, I don't remember her name, Ariana and co-star, like, sounded fucking insane. Let's not sugarcoat it. They sounded fucking insane. It's because they were goddamn exhausted. They were probably on all different kind of uppers just to stay the fuck awake. So it's not that hard to imagine that they would be a little kooky. I call it crispy. So like in the kitchen world, if you've ever been a chef or a cook, if you get especially burnt out because you've worked like 8 days in a row, or I think my record was 25 days in a row. And that doesn't mean like you're on the clock the entire time. It just means that you're working that many days in a row. So it's not that big a deal. But if you're working that many days in a row, by the time you're done, especially if like 14-hour shifts, by the time you're done, you feel like you've been deep fried. You feel all like hot around the face. You've got your edges are all like really, really jagged. You know, you feel exposed. It's like that. So, people acting weird or nonplussed or completely uninterested in press tours is exactly because of this. I don't know. I think reading it as this guy's so super tired of what this girl's saying really, really just kind of feels like a self-report and projection.
Now, some background on the question is the interviewer said, hey, do you view...
He didn't play them asking the question. Instead, what he's doing is he's keeping that behind his own interpretive gate so that you get his take on it without ever hearing what the actual clip is. Interesting.
Your celebrity as like a responsibility to use for, you know, to make the world a better place. And of course, Brie does. But let's look at how Jeremy Renner, by the way, his film, Wind River, greatly underrated if you haven't seen it. But let's look at a man who might be doing a full body eye roll here.
I get it. You're gay. He's gay. Why else would he be glazing Jeremy Renner right now? He was just talking about how much he hates Brie Larson, and now he's talking about how fucking impressive Jeremy Renner is. Okay, I get it. He's attracted to him. Maybe that's the source of all of this. I mean, I know it's gauche to think that a right-winger might just be hiding some latent repression. But it is a good go-to. Tends to be what drives them to do some pretty shitty things.
And see what his response was.
I am committed to self-improvement, and I work at...
Right, being tired. And just completely uninterested in everything that's going on. Including what she's saying, probably. It sounds like a platitude. It sounds like she definitely holds herself in some pretty high regard. But a confident woman is not an anti-feminist indicator. Is not a marker that we should be anti-feminist. She wouldn't have had to have such a bold voice on the matter if we, men, I know, men, right? If we didn't fucking put them in that position in the first place. It all comes from us. It all comes from oppression. It's just that we're so far, these new generations, you fucking kids, we're just so far removed from all of those tragedies that we don't remember what it's like to have to fight for civil rights or to have to fight for equal rights. We just don't remember. It's been a few generations now, and I think the right is definitely taking advantage of that. I only hope that through either my or somebody else's content who does similar shit to me can help people, get over all that, unnecessary bullshit. Well, now why is that wall exposed? Now that's just a son of a gun there. Phone cam, yep. I'll put me smaller. I think I like my face smaller. I think it looks better that way. Jay, that doesn't really give me any reassurance to anything because I don't believe in supernatural powers. So whether someone that we can't substantiate exists or not, loves me or not, doesn't really help me. Because I am an atheist. But if saying that Jesus loves you helps you, then Jesus loves you, my friend. Slay on, Queen.
Being the best person that I can be and using this platform for as much good as I can, but it doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes, but I'm very comfortable with that.
He just said yeah under his breath. He was just like, that's it. Like, it's clear that he's just fucking tired and bored. Do you know how many interviews they have to sit through? It's hundreds. Hundreds. Why don't you believe? Because I have found no compelling evidence that neither God or Jesus that God doesn't, or that God exists, and that Jesus was supernatural. I have found no compelling evidence, and I have been damn near raised in the church, read the Bible a couple of times, and a bunch of contradictions, hypocrisy, and just kind of evil things that God commands and then does, and just don't like it. Not a big fan. That reminds me, someone told me to read Hebrews 9. Do not let me forget to do that. I'm not going to do that, or I may do it on stream, I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. Because he made an argument about the new covenant, and so I would like to research that a little bit.
And allowing myself to learn from those mistakes.
What evidence have you been presented? Oh God, everything. From people using philosophy to try and convince me that the Bible passages prove that he exists, to saying like the Dead Sea Scrolls, to the Shroud of Turin, to what is that? The mountain peak where that's supposed to be Mount Ararat. All debunked. All just super general things that could fit any narrative, really. Prophecies they say have come true that are just people using hindsight. It's just even contradictions when he says that, like, people say that he's God, and then he says that he's not God, and then God says that he's God, and then God says that there's gonna be a son, but they don't actually name what his fucking name is. It's supposed to be Joshua instead of Jesus. Like, like I said, there's all kinds of inconsistencies, and if you just read the Bible, you'll find them. Very easy. It's very simple. Very, very simple mechanics. All debunked by other atheists. No, you know that scientists are able to put their religious affiliations aside to pursue science, right? You know that most scientists are out there to try and prove that the things they believe are correct. And a lot of them don't have to inject God into everything. So no, debunked by typically other theists, which make up most of people, at least in America. It is the most popular religion. One of the most popular religions worldwide. So don't get started on me with that persecution complex, okay? So no, atheists are not doing some conspiracy to try and quiet Christians. No, that's not how that works. Where did he say that he's not God? Oh my God. Now you're making me look it up. And you can't, like, ask me to point to something that doesn't exist. If he didn't say he was God, I'm not saying he didn't, I'm not saying he said he was not God. I'm saying that he didn't say that he was God. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's the absence of something, so I can't point you to the absence of something. I don't know where I'm going to find this actual verse, or where I'm going to find any of this actual research. Just look up Bible inconsistencies, man. It's really easy. Today wasn't supposed to be about looking at Bible verses.
This might be one of
But do you see what you're doing? You're asking why I don't believe, and you're not listening to me. You're just trying to argue with me. So, like, I shouldn't have to justify why I don't believe. I just have a lack of belief. And I shall not, or I don't have to substantiate it. I will, but I don't have to. This music brings me back to a 90s department store with my mom. Yeah, it's about that. It's usually easy listening jazz that they used to play back then.
the best low-key burns I've seen to date.
I think, Jay, what would really be much better for you to try to wrap your head around here is this guy a good Christian? I was trying to argue. Yeah, I know. Just asking questions. I know. Isn't everyone just asking questions? Weird. Triune God. The doctrine of the Trinity, defined as one God existing as three distinct, co-equal persons, is not explicitly stated in the Bible. Jesus never preaches the Trinity. Why are you such a loser? That's a very mean question, Skippy. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded, and surely I am with you always at the very end of this age. Okay, I guess he kind of says that, doesn't he? Jesus never preached the Trinity in the New Testament. It's only nearly after 4 centuries after somebody said the Trinity thing. Oh, it's in Matthew. This was before Jesus. It does not make any of the 3 parties mentioned a part of a co-equal Godhead. At most, it just means that there are 3 gods, possibly unequal. And you guys take it out of what? The demiurge? Like it's oh shit, what belief is it? Is that Zoroastrianism? I can't remember. Somebody help me out. There was an ancient Mesopotamian, but there was an ancient religion that had a sort of a trinity. I think it was 2, but God took different aspects. I tried to read the entire Bible, but it was too difficult. It's a heavy book. It was designed that way, to be hard to understand.
Take it away, Jeremy Renner.
Yeah, I'm pretty accountable and responsible for my own life, at any rate. So, celebrity is nuts.
So it's clear that he's tired and bored and doesn't want to be there. Like, why would you interpret this as anger at her? She answered the same fucking question you are. Or he is. Like, this guy's obviously projecting his fucking emotions onto Jeremy Renner, who he has a crush on, clearly.
To be more responsible or accountable, I suppose.
Oh, yikes.
See, I don't think that he wants to answer that question. I think he thinks it's a stupid question. Because the question is, according to Jeremy himself, the question is, what do you think is celebrity, or what do you think should be celebrity's role in improving society, or something like that? It's basically a film and society philosophy thing, which if you don't know, which you probably don't, because most people who watch me are watching me for the first time, my wife is a film in society major, and she runs a Instagram account, which is she's pretty internet popular. Much more internet popular than me. Pretty cool. I don't know. Hey man, I'm just going to pray for you. Why would you pray for an atheist? I feel like that's a waste of time because they don't believe in God. So it's not going to, any amount of faith you put in it ain't going to save them because they don't believe what you believe. Would you pray for a Muslim person? Oh, I get what you're saying. You're going to pray that I come to God. Oh, that's not going to happen. Unless you provide me evidence that he's not a piece of shit. If you can show me any evidence that God is actually all good instead of just saying that he's all good, I'd be happy to take a look at it. But you'd have to prove that he exists first. See, that's where I get caught up, is in the, you guys can't prove that he exists. That's where it just stops. I'm not going to waste my time believing in the values that somebody espouses if I can't determine that they are real. Maybe that's my somewhere on the autism disorder spectrum brain working there, but that's my opinion. And according to the laws here in America, I'm gosh darn entitled to that. All right?
Yikes.
Gosh darn.
That is a savage low-key burn. And then,
No matter how much you hype it up, that wasn't a burn. That didn't affect anybody. And it's got to make you feel real stupid to be laughing at this kind of bullshit. I feel so bad for you, man. I think, you know what? I think Jeremy just needs a friend, honestly. I think Jeremy just needs someone who can push back on some of these ideas and be like, dude, nobody says that. Nobody agrees with that. I don't know why you think that that's a thing, but you should probably move on, you know? I don't know. He's good because you're still breathing. You have no proof that God is responsible for life. We have a lot of proof that life kind of happened on its own. Our lungs were formed over millions and millions of years from adaptive mutation. God didn't do that. Nature did that. Checkmate, Christians. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe you should actually like give me some proof instead of just saying stuff. Even after all the things you've said about him, what did I say about him? That he's a piece of shit? Do you not see anything in the Bible that you think might be pretty evil? Is there anything in the Bible that you can think of that might make God seem a little bit dickish? If the answer that you're going to give me is no, then you have not read your Bible. I would urge you to do so. The Bible is actually responsible for creating more atheists than any atheist movement. So just take a look at it. If you just look at your own document, you might be able to see how evil it fucking is.
just the interactions with, let's take it to Don Cheadle and see how that went for Brie Larson. Now,
I see judgment towards disobedience. So any woman who doesn't bleed her first time getting stoned to death, you don't think that's bad? Conquering nations and taking slaves and then handing them down to your descendants like property, that's not bad to you? God didn't punish that. He specifically ordered it. And then he later told you the right way to beat your slaves. And none of that's not evil to you? You don't think that slavery is bad? Oh yeah, it's always context, isn't it? Isn't it always context? He ordered it. He's all-seeing, all-knowing. He can be anywhere and any place at any time. He can see the future. He can see the past. And somehow he didn't think to maybe say that slavery is not cool in this Bible that you guys all use as your moral framework. Do you think that maybe at some point he would have said pedophilia is not cool? Do you think maybe at some point he would have said, like, don't treat people like property? That maybe women shouldn't be considered property because they are just traded around like property in the Old Testament? Where do you think you get your morality of goods from? I mean, just the sheer nature that, ethics exist, that, murder does not allow for the prosperity of civilization. How can civilization prosper if people are just killing each other all the time? That's an easy way to define an atheist moral framework. We don't kill because it prevents society from thriving, because it introduces unnecessary trauma, unnecessary pain into the world. Those are empirical things. Those don't need God for people to understand. I'm living proof of that. Look, I'm atheist. And I know that it's wrong to kill. And I can state why it's wrong to kill. Isn't that weird? Doesn't that go against everything you guys believe about atheists? Strange. It's almost like you guys use the same fucking arguments over and over again. And so I just have to keep giving the same answers. But it's really easy to define where good comes from. We're here and they are still killing. That doesn't mean that atheists lack moral framework. More Christians have committed atrocities than any atheist organization. You guys used the Bible to justify slavery in America. You used it to fight for slavery in America when other Christians were like, that's not cool anymore. You used it to justify Spanish Inquisitions, the Crusades, everything. And what was it? The killing of the, who was it? The Amalekites? Do you think the babies deserve to die? God ordered that specifically. He said, like, run a sword through every fucking baby. Super cool, right? You should probably read the Bible. You're only describing a fallen world. Isn't God the creator? Doesn't he get to decide what happens on his planet? Or are you one of the denominations, which I would respect, are you one of the denominations that believe that he just created life and then skedaddled? Because that would be an easier position to argue. Saying that killing exists in the world only means that there are probably evil Christians. I mean, if we just use your logic. Atheism is just a lack of belief. It doesn't mean that you have any specific beliefs other than that, which means we still follow what civilization determines is good and bad, which only starts to lean more into proving that subjective morality is real and that objective morality can't exist, at least not within the Christian God. Because he still ordered slavery and for innocent women to die, and he totally supported child brides. Fucking, like, come on, man. It's all right there in the Bible. You simply have to read it. Why is it so hard for you guys to just read your own book? Like, I don't get that.
Seems like she is.
If you're going to base your entire life on something, read that document.
Key Josh with them, but I don't pick that up.
Muslims actually make more sense than Christians. The whole Trinity makes no sense, right? If God is real, then he must be only one entity and not a split personality. He can do anything, though, Slinky. Keep that in mind. He's allowed to do anything. He's a credible business partner that doesn't take a cut, so you can use him as justification for whatever you want. Do you know what the Amalekites were doing to have such judgment upon them? What were the babies doing? Were the babies doing bad things? I'm sorry, Jay. What the fuck were the babies doing that earned them genocide? What were the babies doing, Jay? Do you think it's okay to justify the murder of babies simply because their parents did bad things? Can you not offer one solution that might have spared their lives? What is just just off the top of your head, is there anything that you could have thought of? Do you know what the Amalekites were doing? I did answer that question. It doesn't matter what the Amalekites were doing. It literally does not matter. Completely irrelevant. The babies did not deserve to die. They could have been doing anything. Could have been eating shrimp on Fridays. Could have been working on the Sabbath. Could have been murdering each other and eating their own babies and engaging in pedophilia. It doesn't matter. Again, does not matter. At no point do those babies deserve to die. And you think it's okay because God says so. That's pretty shameful, man. And it sounds like maybe you just want to be submissive to someone. It does matter. It doesn't matter. Is there something that's so bad that a parent can do that their baby deserves to die? Could you answer that question? I would appreciate that. So is there something, again, just in case you didn't hear me, is there something that an adult could do that is so evil that their baby has to die? I would love to know that, Jay, since you're so adamant about people answering questions. Because I would say no. I would say that there is nothing in this world that anyone could do that is so evil that their kid deserves to die. Aren't you guys supposed to be against murdering babies? I thought that was like one of your guys' like most current issues. And saying I sound foolish, like you just said, nuh-uh, you're stupid. You realize that? Nuh-uh, you're stupid. You'll get the answer when you read. So you're saying go do your own research. Are you not here to ask questions? Could you just answer the question, please? I'm going to ban you if you don't answer the question. You'll get your answer when you read the scripture again with proper context, and you'll understand this mysterious blunder. You mean requiring faith? Can you just answer the question? Is there something that is so bad that a parent can do that their baby deserves to die? I read the Bible. Seemingly you haven't. I read all the things. I think it was human sacrifice. It was ritual sacrifice. They were dancing around fires. They were warring with other nations. Again, nothing that is in any of those passages says that the children need to die. So Jay, I think what you're doing now is you're advocating for genocide, and that will earn you a ban. Not really big supporters of genocide around here, okay? So if you want to take that back, I'm happy to hear you, but this is why Christians are more evil. Because you guys just hide behind the Bible. Anytime you got to justify any of the evil shit, you're like, well, it's in the Bible. I've read the fucking Bible. Have you? Again, seemingly no. And if you have, and you still support that, then I'd say it's you that's evil. Specifically you. Because I know some Christians that do not act like that. Maybe God is a robot from the future. Agreed, Slinky. I think that's the only plausible explanation. Nobody's been able to offer another one so far. But I think that's the one that I'll entertain. What if God was one of us? You hide behind ignorance. No, I know what it says in the Bible, so I don't hide behind anything. I think you're projecting. Very clearly, because you're not saying, oh, I've read the Bible. Clearly you haven't. You're not saying the answer to the question I asked you. You're just saying, oh, well, you're stupid. Oh, well, you hide behind ignorance. Do you maybe think that you're a little underwater here, maybe out of your element? Maybe you're not ready for a discussion like this? Because I answered your question. You have yet to answer mine. Is there something so evil that a parent can do that means that their children have to die? No, you hide behind your own ignorance. No, I've read the Bible. I've studied Christianity. It's the only reason why I target Christianity specifically. It's because it's the one that I happen to know the most about. So I don't talk about Judaism or Islam, because I don't know anything about those religions. You see how that works? It's you learn something about a thing, and you dislike the things you learn, and then you dislike the thing. That's called free will and freedom and liberty. And it's a good thing for society in general, because you shouldn't espouse shitty beliefs. Like innocent women dying because they don't bleed their first time. Getting stoned to death. Because apparently she's a slut. And taking slaves. In fact, you're probably being a bad Christian right now by not having slaves. So, I mean, who's the worst Christian here? Is it a guy who doesn't believe in God? Or is it the person that does believe in God but doesn't follow his teachings? I'd argue it's you. You don't have free will. Well, I mean, but many Christians would disagree with you, because they use that often as an argument. So why do you disagree with most other Christians? I thought you guys all follow the same book. You have free choice. Well, no. That's not what free will means. Free will means I can not believe in God if I want to. That's not a choice. That's what I've done based on my empirical evidence. That's, I haven't seen anything convincing enough, so I have a lack of belief. That's not I think I would be choosing to believe in God. I don't know. Maybe it's a choice. I guess technically you could probably see it like that. But, if I was to see evidence in God, or of God, then I would believe that he exists, but I wouldn't follow him. So there you go. Maybe that's a free choice, But then I get to go to hell. So I don't know. No, that's a choice, a clear choice. So aside from asserting yourself on things, can you answer the question that I asked? Please? I'm not going to address you again until you answer that question. And if you don't answer it within the next 10 minutes, I'm just going to ban you from the channel. I just need an answer to my question. I asked you a very simple question. I just need an answer. If you don't answer, either the next thing that you say is not an answer to the question, or if you wait 10 minutes without answering the question, I'm just going to ban you. And then you won't have a voice. And then you'll have to just go into somebody else's live and try to convince them that God exists or that Jesus loves them. And then you're probably going to get banned from that one. I'm trying to have a nice open discussion with people. I welcome dissenting voices, but you haven't participated in that discussion yet. You've just talked at me instead of with me. So maybe you shouldn't be here. Maybe you're not ready for this interaction with another human being. Perhaps. Just argue with me about WoW, Jay. Yeah, argue with Skippy about WoW. You're going to have a much better time. I promise. We all have to feel special, right? We all got to feel like we have some special place in this universe, and lording some secret knowledge over the atheists is a good way to do that. It makes you feel better. It makes you feel more fulfilled. It makes you feel like, okay, so maybe the fact that my family and my friends don't like me, maybe that can be assuaged a little bit by talking shit into some random live stream and hoping that it gets a rise out of them. Well, sorry, Jay. I apologize. You will not find any joy here today. Only sadness. Only sadness. Poor Jay.
I pick up that they are just not having it at all.
Finding our way, but it was a good group of people to figure it out with.
Yeah.
But, right, guys?
Yeah,
Isn't it fun being there for all my extra takes?
Signed you up.
Told you.
The apprenticeship.
And we're all coming in for this.
I mean, clearly that's just Cheadle's aversion to being touched. I don't know. So, if there's anyone who's a member of the black community, help me understand. But I grew up in a black neighborhood. I went to a black school. Like I was in, the hood. I don't know if I have the right to say any of the terms that I used growing up, but I did indeed live in the hood. All right. And I noticed that a large majority of black parents, and it wasn't ever the kids, but black parents have like a strong aversion to like viruses and things. Like there was a guy that I knew who like would show up to pick up his kid with like nitrile gloves on, like food service gloves. And like, I guess I didn't understand it at the time. I still don't really understand it, but I wonder, is that a black thing? Like somebody in the black community help me out here. 'Cause I grew up, in that world, but I still don't know what the generational drive is. But I see like older men now, and it's really just majority older black men who tend to have like a phobia, I think, of germs. I don't know where that comes from. I would love to know. But it's like the Bible, Jay, if you're still here. It's like how people take things out of context, and you only look at one small snippet of something that somebody said, and you base an entire belief around that. That's what's happening here.
Last sort of moment that there's all these new relationships being built, and we kind of get to come back and meet each other again, see each other again. There's a real, I think, affection among the cast members, except for
No, this is terrible. Yeah. No, this.
I mean, they're just playing off each other. I think that it's entirely possible that Don Cheadle has a thing against being touched, which, understandable. I think a lot of celebrities have bugaboos about being touched. And they're being asked to sit on this couch together, people who typically don't really know each other. Again, even if you're working with someone for a year and a half, 8 months or whatever, you don't necessarily know them because you're in a trailer for however many hours. You're sleeping in a location like a hotel or, again, a trailer for however many months. You're probably not just like interacting with your co-stars all the fucking time because they're handled like 24/7. Like celebrities are always handled. They always have specific schedules. They always have very like minute to minute itineraries and they just have to kind of be on all the time. So they're not going to spend their time. Like, would you hang out with your coworkers unless you're very close to them? Probably not. You're just going to go home and you're going to enjoy your time alone. And that's typically what celebrities want to do. Only for them, it's going back to their trailer. They're going back to their, like, it's really weird to think that these are authentic responses and that they're tired of each other. They never spend any time together.
It's terrible.
But like they're doing a bit. They might have like bumped shoulders as they sat down. See, like he's not showing the interview. They might have like bumped shoulders as they sat down, and Cheetah was like, don't touch me. And like Brie was like, I don't want to. Like, and then they have like this back and forth. They're just playing a bit. And Jeremy thinks that this is evidence of the downfall of the MCU and that Brie Larson is no longer going to be the face of the MCU. I mean, I get that we have the power of hindsight, but look at it. This has 7 million views. 7 million views. So obviously he's not the only one thinking this kind of stuff. And if it got 132,000 likes, then clearly there are at least a couple 100,000 people out there who agree. So this is why we must look at this man. This is why we must laugh at this man. This is why we must fear for society. Hey, OP, how's it going? Doing good. How are you?
Now, the first clip, now maybe they're going into this saying like, hey, it's a meme.
If you're not familiar with the stream, OP probably knows, but anyone else who's here probably doesn't know. Slinky and Skippy, you might know. But I'm about to turn the phone cam off, or the face cam. If you know, you know, but also, I'm just going to say it. I smoke cannabis, and I do not ever support or condone the use of Schedule 1 substances. It is medicine for me, and so I take the camera off just so that you guys don't have to be influenced by my demonic corruption activities. I'm still here. We're going to let the video play, but you may hear some bong noises, so I just wanted to prepare you.
We're going to dump on Brie.
But also,
kind of
sink if you'd like.
Dump on the new kid.
Smoke him if you got him. Cheers.
First clip where he's like, yo, don't touch me. Combined with her body language where she's kind of like, she almost is acting like she knows they don't like her. Now, maybe they're all great friends, okay? Of course it's possible that I'm seeing something that's not there. Maybe it's because I strongly dislike Brie Larson, my interactions with her thoughts and words over the past year, but it seems like her own castmates don't like her. Now, in the second clip, it seems more playful to me, but we're starting to build a little picture. Now, when you add to that everything with Mr. Hemsworth, now you're starting to see things.
Like I said, there's been a sort of a passing of the torch.
He says it all. He says that, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just a bit. Maybe I'm projecting my feelings onto her. Like, come on, man. You admitting it. Like, you're admitting it. Just be honest in the first place, and maybe don't make this video.
And Brie just has to not screw it up.
Oh, yeah. Bonus.
I mean, they were simply talking about, like, they were poking fun at the character Thor because now there's, like, a new heavy hitter. And if you didn't notice, she held her own against Thanos one-on-one in the movie Endgame. She was getting him into holds. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I keep saying that. I don't know if you guys noticed, but in Infinity War, Hulk was not able to stand toe-to-toe with Thanos. I know his power fluctuates a lot, but he was not able to stand toe-to-toe with Thanos. And yet, Captain Marvel was. Thor wasn't even. So, like, come on. Not smoke the stuff in over a year with it being medical is just CBD or THC. It's definitely THC. It's anti-anxiety. It's so I don't have to take, although I guess it doesn't matter now, but it's so I don't have to take too many pills. Because I was on an SSRI and ADHD medication. It was making me feel real wonky. But I guess now since I can't take my ADHD medication anymore, and I might as well I could quit weed too. I enjoyed it. It's definitely, there's some amount of recreation to it as well. So again, he really is just interpreting stuff that you can't just infer just by looking at this footage. And not only that, but he's trying to fleece people and present it like what he's saying is a fact, which could be defamation? No, because you're still interpreting something. You're not speaking for anybody. Yeah, okay, yeah. But still, you know, it's slimy.
Now, I actually can really understand how the Avengers might be feeling. The actors, obviously, themselves. Maybe they are feeling a little bit of that, man, this is something we've all built over a decade, and now we're just supposed to hand it off to this new...
What? They're still the Avengers. Like, they're not losing anybody. Like, what? Why do we think that it's all just changing? It's not. That wasn't even going to happen after Endgame. Shops started popping up in the UK recently. Does it work as well as other meds? It works better than the SSRI for sure. But I mean, it makes you high, so I mean, you take that as you will. If you enjoy being high, then there you go. If you don't enjoy it, then probably not a good change for anyone.
Jack,
for
because Cheadle
people who don't
basically is like,
being high.
yo, we've done all the work. All she's got to do is not screw it up.
What a sad, pathetic man.
Woo!
Do you ever ask them, like, who's your favorite superhero? Is it me, or is it like...
That's just
Yeah,
asking
no,
to
yeah,
be
and
hurt.
it's one.
That's just asking
it's
for
one of
pain.
them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they haven't seen no
Cool.
film yet, so like this.
Now, of course, this could be entirely true. Maybe Chris Hemsworth's kids have not seen Captain Marvel, although a film that grossed about $1 billion worldwide, and from a father who is an Avenger and Thor himself.
Seriously? Now you're just trying to do detective work? You're trying to do, like, profiling work to identify what Chris Hemsworth really meant? The term grasping at straws doesn't seem to really suffice here. But it's the best one I can think of. Holy
film,
shit.
It seems unlikely that his children haven't seen it. It could be.
Right. So, because me, Dad, there's no way that's true. I feel like recently, Chris Hemsworth was quoted as saying that it was really difficult to get his daughter to come back to set to play Love again. He basically had to, like, offer her stuff, like bribe her to come back to set. I don't think his kids like the movies very much. I don't think that they're big fans of the MCU. Probably because they're embarrassing as fuck. Celebrity dad plays Thor in them. And I say embarrassing like in a loving way, but like, could that be it? Perhaps. Maybe. Why does the background always goes away? Goddamn, Jay, did it really take you that long to think of something to reply with? Did you have to go back to your Bible? Is that what happened? OP, yeah, this is we're talking about the quartering today. I don't know why Jay is in here talking about Jesus, but we're talking about the quartering today. He's kind of a piece of shit. I wanted to retitle the video because I think it will be way better. There we go. Okay. The quartering has always been spiraling. He has always been spiraling. So the quartering is Jeremy. He's a streamer slash a card pack buster guy who like does Magic the Gathering stuff. He also does YouTube videos. But he's kind of famous for his or the reason he has his following is mostly because of his anti-woke, MAGA-friendly. It's not MAGA in the sense that like he has, he waves American flags everywhere and he's always talking about how great Trump is. It's not like in that way. It's more accessible. It's more easier indoctrination for the younger generations, I think. But it's more accessible kind of stuff. It's more like more just talking about woke stuff, anti-woke stuff, I guess. But that's his whole deal. The Amalekites were evil people still doesn't mean that the children deserve to die, who attacked Israel, which still doesn't mean that the children deserve to die, unprovoked. Still doesn't mean the children deserve to die, and were sacrificing their own children. Even more reason why the children shouldn't die to their false god. Still doesn't mean the children deserve to die. Man is evil. Still doesn't mean those children deserve to die because they're babies, which is why judgment was brought upon them to the babies who didn't do anything. Cool, Jay. I wonder if you're going to be satisfied with the last thing that you've ever said on this channel. Guys, if you don't want to get banned, don't try to justify genocide. I don't know why I have to say that in the year of our Lord 2026, but I think that most people would agree with me that in any live stream, support for genocide is generally frowned upon. And while I want to entertain dissenting voices, and while I want to have a lively discussion, the result of that is that you may get banned for supporting genocide. It feels like a very clear through line, but people don't seem to understand that. And yeah, so hopefully that changes moving forward as the community grows, but it can only grow with your help. I don't know why I'm plugging my channel on my own channel. It's just, I guess it's a reflex. But there you go. All right, there you go.
A low-key burn, or it could be true. Either way, pretty funny. And when you stack on all the other interactions between Bree and Chris, you start to see a bigger picture of what I think is the man just does not like this woman.
There's no competition for me because I'm the strongest, so it's just kind of like a different.
Well, you should let it think that, but
It's not. As I've said before, it's not. It's just a fact. It's not a personal opinion. It's not a reflection on what you can't do, but it is also kind of a reflection on all that you
it's
can do.
just that you're just not that strong.
Like, how would you not know that this is just a bit? Why would you be so fucking ignorant or such a bad actor? Like, I mean, I don't mean bad actor like in Hollywood terms. I mean bad actor like in just in general being a dick terms. But like, why? Who does it help? You know, other than your bank account. ZVXV, god damn it. Am I dyslexic? I think I'm realizing something about myself. Or it's also, I'm probably stoned too. That's why I can't read English words or letters. Fuck. Shit! My hat looks small because it is a 5-panel hat, which tend to sit way higher on the head than a baseball cap does. Also known as a camper hat, or, also known as a camper hat. 5-panel hat, camper hat. They used to call them, this is a slur, so please understand that I am only using this for the purposes of saying the name they used to call something, but they used to call them gypsy hats. Which is shameful, because it's a slur. But my family, which is made of Eastern Slavic and Romanian peoples who tend to be nomadic, never used it as a slur, and they never thought it was a slur. And so I like the word because I kind of take pride in the word, but it is considered a slur now. Because it's used to like slightly hint at different race, like at like it's like supposed to be like a dog whistle kind of thing. Like you associate them with like nomadic tribes of non-white people. I don't know the justification for it, but that's my best guess. But it is. I don't question it because I don't want to I don't want to tread on that. No, I know. I've been proud of it my entire life, so I don't know. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. There's a delay, OP. There's a delay. We all know it at this point. But, like, I mean, they're laughing together. They're talking about how their character's stronger than one another. Like, they're clearly not enemies. Like, they don't hate each other. It's such a reach. It's, oh my God, it's just,
original event.
it's just a shame.
Avengers cast are just being salty, and maybe Brie did nothing behind the scenes to upset them. Maybe they're more mad at the situation when
It's just less believable for him that someone could just be professional and do their job rather than, because, like, I mean, maybe he doesn't realize that acting's a job, you know? Maybe he thinks that it's like just a group of friends who get together and make a film, you know? I don't know. But he doesn't seem to understand the dynamic here.
it's really like the end of their time, and they're being passed up. Not only is the torch being passed, but it's being passed to basically the most OP superhero of all time, and they're just it's in their.
I mean, I'd say she's maybe on a level of, like, cosmic, like, maybe as powerful as Guardian. Now, Guardian's pretty fucking powerful. Maybe Beta Ray Bill. No, Beta Ray Bill's basically a god. What's Captain Marvel's analog? What would be a Captain Marvel analog? Oh, Nova maybe? No, Nova has, like, quantum knowledge or some bullshit. He has the thing in his head. The helmet put the ghost juice in his noggin. And now he's real smart. But that means he's like, he can alter physics and reality and stuff. So he's basically a god. But that's Richard Rider, I believe. Not any other Nova that I know of. We're talking about comic books for some reason. Oh no, it's fine. We're talking about superheroes. It's okay.
Bad enough that they're basically done in these roles.
I thought we went off on a tangent, but no, we're on topic.
Now, also, they're not even the most powerful. You know, Captain Marvel's just stronger, better, faster than all of them at everything. Maybe there's a little
bigger, harder, faster, stronger, girthier, larger.
That they're a little sick of all the Captain Marvel hype. These, I think, would be natural emotions, natural reactions to this. But Chris seems to have a little bit more venom for Brie than the rest of everyone.
I do want my stunts.
I did my stunts because I thought that's what everyone did, and then very much.
Well, now that's an interesting statement to make, Brie Larson. See, I think I wonder if now you're giving Hemsworth the business about not doing his own stunts. He has a stunt double, but if you're watching this video now, there is clear photographic evidence of Brie Larson's stunt double. So was this double just on the set for moral support, or did you?
You can do your own stunts and still have a stunt double. Are you insane? Do you not know that insurance exists? And that there's, like, legal issues? That's all in the contracts they signed. Like what? There's just legal reasons. Like, you can't just choke a celebrity. So if this woman is in anything else, she needs to have a stunt double because you can't just choke a celebrity. Probably even have to do stunt double on stunt double bullshit. But you can still do your own flips and kicks and flying shit and all that kind of stuff. You can still do that and have a stunt double. You fucking moron. I thought the Captain Marvel movie was terrible. To be fair, most recent Marvel films seem kind of cash grabby, playing off the name. I mean, that's a valid feeling. I mean, can't just choke anyone, celebrity or not. Skippy, you don't know cops, all right? You don't know cops. It's a valid feeling to be bemused by modern Marvel, but for me, I'm such a superhero. Like, I in general love superheroes. Like, just the whole concept of superheroes is awesome, and I love that they push civic messages for social issues with comic books. That's pretty cool. But mostly, the way that it relates to things like Captain Marvel, which I know is not the best in Marvel's catalog. I've only rewatched it 3 or 4 times. I know that makes me sound like a fan, but it's not that pales, and that's not even close to the amount of times I rewatched some other titles. Is Red Skull your favorite hero? Come on, man. The Boys is good. I actually don't really enjoy the creator. I don't remember who that is. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I see his name on the page. Fuck. Anyway, the artist, or not the artist, but the guy who made the comic. I'm not a big fan of like most of his work. He went on to do like Crossed, and I think he does a lot of like not body horror, but he does a lot of like gory stuff just for the sake of doing gory stuff. Like, I don't think he really puts a kind of punctuation on it or any kind of meaning to it, which is, you know, whatever, fair game. Like, it's creativity, you can do whatever you want, but it's just not my cup of tea. It's not Alan Moore. Fuck, it's I can't remember. He's from the UK, I believe. I like Venom. Why would you love the Homelander? He's supposed to be a caricature. You mean you love to hate him? You like him? Well, Homelander in the comics didn't do anything wrong. It was mostly black noir, but if you're talking about in the TV series, he's a megalomaniacal narcissist. So I'd hope that you'd hate to love it, or love to hate him. I like Venom. He isn't a hero, but not a villain. Yeah, they definitely have done him a big service in the last 10 years in Marvel. They have really pulled Venom from a dark abyss that I believe Donny Cates was the guy who did the hoisting. But yeah. I love him as a character. If he was real, yeah, totally terrifying. Do you not know who he's based on? Kripke's been pretty clear about it. But there's an analog. So you're not supposed to like him. You're supposed to hate him. He's an evil guy. He's a sociopath. Like, I don't know why anyone would like him. Like, if you're in a room with him, you'd want to be away from him as fast as possible. So I don't know if that's like a good feeling to you, but that's not a good feeling to me. I don't want that. No, sir.
Your stunt, or did you have a stunt double, and did you lie about doing all of your stunts? See, only one of those two can be true. And who can forget the fact that Brie Larson's own butt had to have a stunt double? If you remember.
Okay, I feel like everyone has seen the TV show Friends. I'm going to call it. I'm going to say 99% of people from at least my generation have seen the show Friends. And I'm going to argue that 99% of those people have seen the episode where Joey gets a butt double. Or where Joey becomes a butt double. You have to know that there is such a thing in Hollywood called a butt double. OBS disconnected? What? Reconnection successful. What? OBS, what are you doing to me? I mean, we're good. Stream didn't hiccup at all. Weird. Did it buffer for anyone? Oh, I know, but okay. There we go. Yeah. Beauty. I just changed the title to something that I believe is way more applicable to what we're doing. I mean, now that we're, far enough into the stream. Where? There we go. Shabam! No, don't recycle your path! I want to see Mount Rushmore in all its majesty. Yeah, it's like Teabag from Prison Break. I have not seen that. I heard it's good, though. It was good for the time. Totally Evil see you next Tuesday, but a great character in terms of acting quality makes you physically uncomfortable watching it. Yeah, you love to hate them. They're a great villain. They're a great antagonist, like they've got that holy shit I hate you quality, like, yeah, no, I get that. There's plenty of characters like that. I think the thing I noticed that a lot in like the manosphere, like all the motivational content on YouTube for young men to try and like emulate as they grow up. And a lot of it is like, oh, you've got what's his face? Patrick was it Patrick Bateman from Psycho or American Psycho? You got that dude, you got like several incarnations of the Joker, and then you've got like Homelander, and it's like, no. You missed the point. And this is why I think Venom got really well treated over the last 10 years, because anti-heroes are not supposed to be just by sheer nature of what an anti-hero is. They're not supposed to be redeemable. The whole reason that an anti-hero does what he does in the first place is because he's willing to take on the idea that he's going to become a villain in order to serve whatever purpose he needs to serve. So Punisher is like a really great example, because he does not believe himself to be a good guy. And I think anyone who's seen Punisher Max knows that he's not a good guy. Like, he's objective, like in most cases he is the villain. But like cops put Punisher skulls on their like shoulder, I knowing full well that he would not like those people. Any cop, really. Especially not a corrupt cop who believes that it's totally cool to just kill. But like anti-heroes, they take on the burden. That's why they are heroic. Something dislodged from my tooth. They are great characters, but they're not good people, because they become good through their sacrifice, I guess. But you're not supposed to be able to redeem an anti-hero, at least narratively. Like, I mean, you can do narratively whatever the fuck you want, but traditionally, you're not supposed to be able to redeem an anti-hero. It's their sacrifice that makes them noble and heroic. I think I said that like 3 times.
That there was a casting call presumably for Brie Larson, a feature film Mary Lou, but body double. Working multiple days starting in September, location Fayetteville, Georgia. Central Casting is looking for a photo double to work on this exciting filming that will likely begin in early September. She should have a flexible schedule.
Oh yeah, have a good one,
Number
Slinky.
Looking for a female who appears to be Caucasian.
Enjoy
20s to
your
30s,
day.
Height 5'2" to 5'4", and they give some other body sides. You gotta have a headshot, full body shot, and a full body shot of your backside wearing all black. Please put body double in the subject line. Now, in an act of fairness and accuracy, we do have to state that the call does not directly say that the double will be for Brie Larson, as it could be for Scarlett Johansson, unlikely, who plays Black Widow in the film. But while we're still in the speculation of the story, we speculate. Why might she need a butt double?
Now we're talking about her appearance. Apparently, the quartering thinks it's really important to address the flatness or lack of bootay in an actress he doesn't like. Now, where have I heard another conservative commenting on the appearance of women? Oh yes, all of them. Some reason, there's just misogyny just kind of seems to be a thing, There's a lot of hate for women, seemingly, among this crowd. And he's a Christian too, you guys. Are you Christians? Do you believe that maybe he should probably renounce his religion because he doesn't match the teachings of Yeshua Halaway? Joshua. Yeah, OP, have a good one, man. Enjoy your dinner. I hope it wasn't something boiled. But if it was, I hope it was boiled right. He ain't a real Christian. Well, XV, I would urge you to try to define what a real Christian is, and then we can drill down into that if you'd like.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
But-
you know, you're gonna have to really wonder.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would. I think half the Christians would look at him and say he's not a real Christian, and then the other half would be like, I don't see anything wrong with it. What's wrong? She is ugly. You know?
Why she might have, but I'm not butt shaming her. I'm just saying.
I mean, you're dedicating an entire portion of a video to making fun of the fact, well, not making fun, I guess, editorializing about the flatness of the butt of an actress that you don't like because she's too woke, I guess. And you're not butt shaming? Highlighting this?
Saying, hey, you know, even your butt isn't real in the film. That doesn't seem very woke. And if you're going,
Did you hear it? He said it quite quickly.
hey, you know, even your butt isn't real in the film. That doesn't seem very woke. And
He said it. We should do a drinking game one day. Oh God. Oh, I would get very hungover the next day. I would not want to do that on stream. I don't know what I would be like drunk on stream these days. I used to have drunk Friday streams. A Christian is someone who follows the Bible. Uh-oh. Mainly the 10 Commandments. Love thy neighbor. Is not nice to bully people. Jesus tells people to turn the other cheek, which means not to be violent. Yeah, but in the Bible it also says that you can beat your slave with a rod as long as he doesn't die. And that it's okay because he's your property. So, I mean, I don't know if I would be trusting the Bible on you know, setting moral groundwork for what I believe. But that makes it sound like he is kind of a Christian. We don't have slaves anymore. Then you're not being a good Christian, because in the Christian Bible, God orders you to take slaves. Why are you without slave? I don't understand. That doesn't make you a good. You are no longer a good Christian. But see, then I would consider you a good Christian because you don't have slaves. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you choose what parts of the Bible that you follow, then I think that makes you a good person and probably a good Christian, because then you'd be following what you claim that Jesus said. And I think, to me, that's good Christianity when you say, like, I don't want to look at the parts of the Bible that are pretty bad. I'm just going to concentrate on the teachings of Jesus. Like, that is good. That would be good Christianity to me. But following the Bible strictly would mean that you would have to justify slavery. And that's a hard position. The Bible's hypocritical, yeah. But you should follow the parts where Jesus said, which should be kind. I fully fucking agree. And I think that's good Christianity. This man, by that definition, is not a good Christian. No,
and
sir.
if you're going to give other events,
I mean,
even your butt.
Let's just say it one more time, okay, Jeremy? Let's just say it one more time.
Butt isn't real in the film. That doesn't seem very woke.
Wouldn't creating jobs be considered woke? And if you're creating something so niche as butt double, I think you're creating a job that, you know, people can aspire to, you know, and you're putting more food on people's tables. Isn't that woke? Wouldn't that go much more with Yeshua's teachings? I think so. But not his papa. No, sir. Not his dear old dad. He was kind of a hard man. A hard throbbing, pulsating man. I think I just blacked out for a second. What did I say? Here we go.
And if you're going to give other Avengers the business for not doing all their stunts, well, you better hope that pictures of your stunt double don't pop out like they already did. But the question to you, which is your favorite low-key Avengers roast of Brie Larson?
Okay, this may just be very unique and specific to me, but does it bother anybody else when people who are over the age of 30 try to use young people speak? Like, if I was to say, oh man, that guy's low-key cringe, wouldn't I then myself be pretty cringe? Like, I don't think you have to say words like that to be cool. If like, because, I mean, I think they're doing this because they don't think that people are going to watch their videos if they don't. Which is so self-conscious and so insecure. It's the hey fellow kids meme. It's like if you were to go into if I was to walk into Hot Topic. See, I'm wearing shit that I wore when I was a kid, like, because I think it's funny. And it's anachronistic. You know, like it's for me, that's some like passive comedic effect. And I enjoy that. It disarms people. So I can get them. Do you watch anime? No, I do not. I always wanted to when I was a kid, but I thought I would get made fun of. So I just didn't. But one of the ones that I did watch when I was growing up was called Spriggan. It was real cool. It was a movie. Very cool. It's about like each nation has their own Spriggan and they're like a warrior. But they're like superhuman and like have all kinds of superpowers and shit. Very cool. Very cool. A guy snipes someone with a sword. So, if that sounds like fun to you, because sounds like fun to me. He uses a sword. He sees someone from like a mile away and he throws a sword. And the guy, I believe, was a sniper and the sword goes through the scope. I mean, I spoiled one of the coolest moments of the movie, but it's very cool. And then if you're old enough, if you're old enough, all right, no kids, Ninja Scroll. Very, very good. Both very good classics. Fucking classics. You probably already seen them. And the original Street Fighter anime is very good.
Do you think that the feeling is
But that's
real,
about
they
all
really
I've
don't
seen.
like her? Because I think I could definitely understand. There may be a certain degree of this that isn't even Bree's fault. That they're just like, yo, this is our thing. It's been our thing forever, and now we've got to pass it off.
You see, he's trying so hard to be good. He wants so badly to just be better. And so you see the inner turmoil. You see, and this is why he's so compelling to watch. Because you see the battle going on inside his mind. Like, should I be woke? Should I be anti-woke? Do I need the grift or do I need fucking sanity? Do you know how much money he spends? Like, on just magic cards. Like, on just magic cards. Do you know how much fucking money he spends? And I think this was for his comeback to the... Phrasing. I think this was his comeback to the Magic the Gathering world after a ban. Which in itself is some fucking tea, I guess. That must be spilt. $250,000. Oh, no, sorry. He gave that to someone. Yeah, he gave that to someone to start a company, tea company. I was getting my facts mixed up. No, he spends like $10,000, I think it was. That's still so much fucking money. Whoo! I mean, I get it, because like, you know, I mean, not to go over my household finances, but it's not like I can pay every bill. Like I'm, you know, I'm not a wealthy man. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Scrambling up those little cents from Twitch's ad revenue. Well, actually, that's not why I'm here, but that would be so bad. I would not be making anything. What happened?
Off to somebody else who's being anointed, who didn't have to earn their way. Like
XV, would you recommend some animes that are like must watches? Because I might check them out. I don't know if there are easy and convenient free ways to watch them, but I know of some possibilities.
like we did as stand-ons or side casts in films, earning eventually your own feature
If
film.
ye know what I
can
mean,
understand
matey.
feeling that way. You've got someone coming in who quote unquote hasn't earned it. Not to say that she's not a award-winning actress.
What genres?
that she
Fuck,
hasn't
man,
earned her
everything.
keep in the Marvel universe like most everyone else has.
Everything.
Do you think that the vitriol is real, or do you think they're just ripping
Everything,
her?
everything,
Because in some of
everything.
the cuts, it seems like they're just kind of busting her chops a little bit. But some of the other cuts,
But not
particularly
like,
Chris Hemsworth, it seems like a little bit more.
I don't know if I'd watch, like, an
savagery, he
anime
doesn't like this woman, but I know you'll never actually get a real
Dra-
answer from these people in
sitcom.
public because that's just not what you do.
Or like a
Same thing,
romance,
like
or
if
I
you
think
about
that
a
would be
sports
like
team. Not everybody on a
not
baseball
very
team likes each
entertaining.
other, but they're not going to go out in public and say, "Hey, I don't like this guy or gal," or whatever the case may be. But that's my top 5 or 6 Avengers low key.
Oh, so that was it. So there's you have zero substantial evidence that anybody dislikes each other on the Marvel set. Okay. Interesting. So that was his most popular video. In order to get a good sample size of how fucking crazy this guy is, I think it's going to be worth it to check out, because we looked at his most popular video, I think it's going to be very effective to just kind of like take a look at his latest video to see maybe how things have changed. You know, is he woke? Did he become woke? Let's find out.
What's up, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and boy, oh boy, was this humiliating. A pair of wonderful video clips for you today. Interactions between loser California politician Adam Schiff.
I don't want
as well as
to.
unhinged TV suffering
Ah!
former pseudo-intellectual and now totally obscure.
So already, I think we're seeing a little bit of a, a little bit of a difference, right? He looks more tired. He looks spent, you know? He looks as though he's seen too much. Too much. Yeah. Hang on, sorry, I'm changing something quick. Okay, we went back to meta. Still got Mount Rushmore. He looks traumatized, yeah. So, do I want to? Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna grab the other video real quick. Stop. Is it? I don't know if it's exposed. But... Here we go. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe this person here was the person that he tried to like help by giving what $250,000, I think, to start her business. It could be for any it could have been like there could be any underlying reason to that, and I'm not going to cast aspersions. I think that there are people who kind of have receipts for this particular bit of drama, but I can't speculate. But so things seemed uncomfortable for him for a while. And I think he kind of left the Quartering channel for a bit. He's back uploading again, but just if you've ever seen a woman have this reaction, then you're probably a good person. But just take a look at her face.
Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going somewhere family.
I mean, you saw it, right? Did you see it? So now I think we've all been part of a group of friends, right? And I don't do this anymore, and I stopped doing it a while ago, but there's typically in any group of friends, there's someone with a lot of money. There's someone with a lot of like baggage, let's say. It could be racism, could be like anti-woke rhetoric that they say all the time, could be that they victimize women in some way, whether it be through financial exploitation, coercion, threats, I don't know. But I think we've all kind of known someone like that. You know, maybe they bought their way into the friend group with promises of beer and good times. And there's always seemingly girls at his place. But it almost feels like none of them really want to be there. They're always kind of on their way out, you know? But the guy doesn't really do much other than play video games and open card packs. So what is he doing to these girls? Bro, who are your friends? I was friends with a lot of rich people growing up. And I know I said that, I know that sounds contradictory because I grew up in a black neighborhood, but in Sacramento, they were all just smushed together. We had people from, there's a place called Granite Bay in the Central California area that houses a lot of rich people. And we had a lot of Granite Bay kids going to my high school because my high school was, and which was in a black neighborhood. It was in my neighborhood, so I just rode my bike every day. But the rich kids would go there because it was a school of outcasts where like creative people could just kind of flourish and be creative. But yeah, so rich kids. I mean, you can tell I guess maybe if you've been around enough shitty people, you can kind of tell them when you see them. And like Jeremy, I kind of knew from the get-go was kind of a piece of shit. And I don't just judge people like based on first impressions or like, you know, just looking at people, but I was right. That dude kind of looks like a piece of shit.
Somewhere family.
And he's, oh my God, he's just always grifting. Like, listen, he's saying that this is a very short clip. I'll just play the whole thing.
Yeah. Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going somewhere family orientated.
I can't watch football with you guys. You can. I would love that.
Oh yeah, that would be.
Wow, thanks, Melanie. I'm not Jeremy.
And the relief in her eyes when she says, "What? I can't come." Like it's when she's like trying to like horn her way in there. And he says somewhere family oriented. Was that to dispel any possibility of people thinking that it was a date? Or was that like to push forward his narrative? Like he's $250,000 essentially just, well, to help her start her business, but you paid $250,000 for her to be your friend. Let's be real here.
We just didn't know if you wanted to.
Do you see the soul dying in his eye?
But I'm great at watching sports, and by that I mean I'm solidly okay.
Well, yeah. Well, we got to figure out where we're gonna go. I have a dinner place I want to go, but I got a call.
Okay.
A football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going somewhere. Claire will probably be going somewhere.
Good. You got it? All right. Got to take a big breath out on that one. But so, I mean, I think it's only fair to assess him the same way that we did yesterday when we were talking about whether something is evil or not. Okay. And we were looking at like psychic readers and, people who claim to talk to ghosts and stuff. Light language was the one we did the day before, which is also pretty interesting. And so we looked for their, you know, like they had a link tree typically, and then they had a, contact information for like setting up sessions, which is a grift. Magic's not real. And so the quartering.com exists where you can join the inner circle, which is it's very close to the is it a cult thing that we were discussing last time. Support the free speech mission. One wonders what that is. Are you going to stand the line? Ah, fuck! No corporate... Oh, this is clearly ChatGPT. Fuck's sake. No corporate overlords, no teleprompters, just unfiltered truth about the gaming industry, entertainment, and the culture war. What started as a humble gaming hobby channel has exploded into a global powerhouse, influencing millions with raw commentary, millions of bots with raw commentary on pop culture's biggest fails and triumphs, from dissecting Hollywood's agenda-driven flops to exposing the absurdities in tech and media. We become the go-to voice for those tired Jeremy. Wow, you actually have people. Oh, that's the woman you paid to be your friend. Oh, no. Scary. Real scary. Maybe not a cult, but definitely concerning. He's definitely scamming.
Weirdo.
So let's watch his most recent video. It's 13 minutes. You can see how slow and tired he is, so I'll speed it up again. Or maybe 1.25, I think.
Sam Harris.
Nope.
And in both situations, it was just so
put him right in my
expertly
face like
set
that.
up. Like, Bill Maher is no right-wing guy, obviously. But
yes, he is. Shut up.
Makes a lot of these loud leftoids really look stupid. I want to start with the probably the best part about it. The best reaction. So this is Bill Maher sets humiliating trap for California Senator Adam Schiff over Trump's Iran attacks. Bill Maher pulled a fast one on California Senator Adam Schiff while discussing the attacks in Iran, leading the Democrat to inadvertently throw shade at the...
So is this gaming content, or is this superhero movie content, or is this comic book content, or what is this card content? What is this? What is his channel now? Is it... Because it seems pretty political. It seems almost exclusively political. Weird for a gaming channel.
Obama administration. On his show Real Time Friday, Maher read a 2011 quote from Obama camp about presidential power and authorizing military strikes without naming Obama. This statement from the administration: the president had a constitutional authority to direct the use of military force because it could reasonably determine that use of such force was in national interest. That's too vague for you? Maher asked Adam Schiff, who's loudly opposed Trump's decision to strike Iran without congressional approval. Totally vague, the senator replied confidently. Okay, but that's from Obama about Libya. Again,
and it's wrong. So, does that somehow mean that what Trump's doing is right? Just because there wasn't as much media fucking obsession with the president during Obama days, racism, doesn't mean that Trump's strike was right. Why is that a good argument? Lying only makes your position weaker. Twisting the truth only makes your position weaker. This isn't even about Jeremy right now. This is about fucking Bill Maher. Bullshit artist.
I don't love any foreign conflicts at all. I'm learning what I can about this one. I've already talked about,
that's weird
the price
because
that we paid, and
I would have
don't care
assumed that
for
he
it.
does.
Obviously, I don't like it. But one of the things I've constantly pointed out is the crazy level of hypocrisy from the left. Watch this. Watch his face in real time. Bill Maher's real time.
Why can't you just be angry about the war? I don't like any war, but isn't it crazy how the hypocrisy is on the left? Isn't it crazy how hypocritical they are? That's even worse? That's even worse than a war. Is how bad of hypocrites the Democrats are being. We can, I mean, I agree that no new wars would have been a good policy. I wasn't going to trust for a moment that Trump was actually going to do that. But he certainly fleeced quite a few people.
Time.
This statement from the administration: the president had the constitutional authority to direct the use of military force because he could reasonably determine that such use of force was in the national interest.
So he thinks
that's vague in general. It doesn't matter that he's trying to trap Adam Schiff. That doesn't fucking matter. It's just, this is one of those like gotcha moments that don't fucking help anybody. It's just for you guys to like clip into pieces and like laugh at later. Which doesn't help anybody. How many children does that save? How much of the Epstein files does that help release? Jesus.
thinks that this is the Trump administration's comment. Just so
I know I accidentally said jizzes, but I didn't mean to.
Totally vague.
Okay, because that's from Obama.
Did he come? The silence is deafening. I think Jeremy had an orgasm on the air. Ah, Jesus.
Loudly opposed Trump's decision to...
From Obama. Military force because he could reasonably determine that such use of force was in the national interest.
He's gooning.
So he
He's gooning.
thinks that this
He's
is the
gooning.
Trump administration's comment, just so we're clear.
Too vague for you?
Totally
gooning.
vague.
Okay,
He's
'cause
gooning.
that's from
He's gooning.
Obama.
The sad truth is just about every president, Obama, Biden, all these people will
You're only naming them from one side there, bucko. One wonders who you've got a beef with.
happily send bombs without congressional approval. But, I mean, it's just...
Which would be wrong. Which would be a bad thing. And that justification that Adam Schiff said was too vague, entirely too vague, still would be true. So where's the gotcha?
Now watch the reaction.
About Libya.
Well, Obama made the argument initially that he could go into Syria without authorization.
Right. And then Adam Schiff toes the line, like anyone would expect him to do. Right. News at 11.
I and many others pushed back on the argument. Ultimately, he did not go forward with going after Assad, even though Assad was gassing his own people, because he thought he might...
What are you chewing on? What is he chewing on? What are you chewing on? Get that out of your mouth. Don't... Either eat something or don't. Don't chew something throughout your stream.
lose the vote in Congress. But I respect the fact that that was...
Is he just chewing on his mouth?
That's we're watching some... Is backpedaling an Olympic event? I think...
I mean, like, there's a lot of things that you could say to somebody to try and get them to, like, try and, like, dunk on them, And I don't know if is backpedaling an Olympic event. He had to have been practicing that. I was going to say, it doesn't sound like it comes off the cuff. It doesn't sound like it's... I think it's something that... Like, did he write that in his script? Is that... I feel like that's something you should come up with. Just like, instead of like laying in bed at night and like you're trying to sleep. But, you know, the several... I don't know what he probably drinks like hard water because he thinks it's going to make him skinny. And so the several dozen hard waters you drank during that night aren't sitting well with you. And so you've decided to pass the time until you are able to pass out again by coming up with gotcha dunks for your latest vid, of which you put out, I think, 6 a day. This man streams to like 20 people on Twitch. And do you know what the chat rate is like? Pretty low. Pretty low for that many viewers. But he says it's 200 pretty often. He says very, very often, well, we're doing pretty good, guys, today, but if you need to hit that like button and subscribe, you need to low-key smash that like button and subscribe, okay, guys? Or else I'm going to go beat my wife and then pay $250,000 to go and hang out with some girl. But hey, it's all good, guys. Smash that like and subscribe button, okay? You know, but they're all paid for. But he says they're about 200 and some odd every stream. And I think on Kick, he's managed to pay for like, I think several thousand viewers, which is equally sad. How much money are you spending on that? I could use some of that money. Fuck, man. I'm trying to pay my bills over here.
I think Adam Schiff should probably, I mean, this is incredible.
And the fact that he did not have the support of Congress.
Oh, he didn't even say anything. Okay. He was like, whoa, is backpedaling a part of the Olympics now? He didn't even, Adam Schiff. We'll play that back.
About Libya.
Well, Obama made the argument initially that he could go into Syria without authorization.
He just came again.
I and many others pushed back on that argument. Ultimately, he did not go forward with going after Assad, even though Assad was gassing his own people, because he thought he might lose the vote in Congress.
Right. Adam Schiff toes the line. Good boy.
But I respect the fact that that was important to him.
That's we're watching some. Is backpedaling an Olympic event? I think Adam Schiff should probably. I mean, this is incredible.
Did you tripping over your own words there, bud?
And the fact that he did not have the support of Congress.
Nothing to say.
Okay. Go forward. We are unquestionably at war now. The founders made an extraordinary decision at the time, which was not to give that power to the president, but
yeah, sending troops. This was an hour ago that he posted that. Sending troops into a nation that you're currently in conflict with. Yeah, I'd say that constitutes a war. Especially because Trump has said numerous times that we're at war. So I'm not quite sure where he's getting lost here. You know, I'm just saying. I like my bossa nova background, or not background music. Luke, I have not had a moment to take a look at it yet. Sorry, I was reading it yesterday on stream, but it kept distracting me from what I was actually doing, so I did not get around to it. Sorry, but I will take a look at it. What is today? Today's Wednesday. I will take a look at it, and I will at least address it sometime this week. I'll put it up right now just so that I can take a peek at it. Describing a temple. That's where I got to. The Holy Spirit showing by this that the way into the most holy place has not yet been disclosed. Let me get it. Illustration for the present time. In the beginning, the gifts and sacrifices being offered, not able to clear the conscience of the worshiper. Drink. applying until they were only... Oh, is it 10 that you're talking about, I think, is kind of what I'm gathering here? Only matter food and drink, various ceremonial washings. External regulations applying to the end of the... until the time of the new order. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. It doesn't look especially dense, but I do want to actually give it some time, you know. Yeah, I'm getting distracted again. See what I mean? We must focus.
Because they worried, I think, as
focus.
Said, that a president would grow too fond of making war. After Venezuela...
You mean like Obama, who I think still has the record for drone strikes?
After the earlier Iran conflict, after bombing Nigeria and Iraq and Syria, he's grown too fond of this. And Congress, Don, as you're saying, needs to step up.
Oh, they got Don Lemon. He's never coming back on the show after this. Here's a dope. Nice to see Bill Maher's surgical wit used to call out liberal/Dem hypocrisy and the stupidity with the same flair, if not as frequently or zeal, as Trump GOP guests. More balanced.
I mean, quite clearly, it's bad if both presidents do illegal war actions. Like, it's bad for both situations.
Thought he might lose the vote in Congress. But I respect the...
There's two things going on here. There's Adam Schiff's strict adherence to whatever the Democrats say. So if it's a gotcha about Obama saying something, he's going to be like, well, I support Obama. Purely because he's just a party person. Like, that's how it goes. He toes the line.
The fact that was important.
The other thing that's going on here is just that Bill Maher tried to gotcha him. And, like, I guess it worked, but these politics, wherever you're looking, on the horizontal view, it's over here, but on the vertical view, it's up here. These politics don't mean much for people on the ground level of things. They're not dinner table politics, I guess you would say. I think most people understand that war is wrong. But I think some people get caught up again in the nuance, in, oh, well, who started it? Oh, well, how do you define war? Oh, well, how does Congress define war? Oh, well, what were they doing to earn this war? You know, like, what did they do to deserve it? You know, what's going on? Like, it's not, I don't know, it's not useful.
That's we're watching is backpedaling an Olympic event? I think Adam Schiff should probably, I mean, this is incredible.
That's all he said. That's his entire point. Just hang on.
That was important to him.
We're watching
is backpedaling.
Backpedaling an Olympic event?
Is backpedaling an Olympic event? Good burn, sick burn.
I think Adam Schiff should probably.
I think Adam Schiff should probably.
I mean, this is incredible.
And the fact that he did not have the support of Congress meant that we weren't going to go forward.
That's all he said. Didn't make a point. Had nothing to say.
We are unquestionably at war now. The founders made an extraordinary decision at the time, which was not to give that power to the president, but to give it to the Congress, because they worried, I think, as Hamilton said, that a president would grow too fond of making war. After Venezuela...
You mean like Obama, who I think still has the record for drones?
What abouting? Super great. What abouting? Awesome.
Strikes.
After the earlier Iran conflict, after bombing Nigeria and Iraq and Syria, he's grown too fond of this. And Congress, Don, as you're saying, needs to step up.
Oh, they got Don Lemon. He's never coming back on the show after this.
Where's the commentary? Is this entertaining? Like, is all he's doing? He said, oh, this is probably Adam Schiff should. This is crazy. Is that entertaining?
Fond of making war. After Venezuela.
You mean like Obama, who I think still has the record for drone strikes?
Yeah, both can be bad. Yep. Yes, I mean exactly like that. Yes. It's bad. That's bad. Yes. Good example. Did you mean anything else by that, or did you just mean to offer an example that reinforces my point? You fucking ogre.
After the earlier Iran conflict, after bombing Nigeria and Iraq and Syria, he's grown too fond of this. And Congress, Don, as you're saying, needs to step up.
Oh, they got Don Lemon. He's never coming back on the show after this. Here's dope. Nice to see Bill Maher's surgical wit used to call it liberal/dem hypocrisy.
Surgical wit? He lied. He lied to the guy. Or he misrepresented something to try and trap him in a gotcha. How is that surgical wit? Oh, man. That's like saying Steve Crowder is a comedian. No, the book... was that Nap? No, it wasn't Nap. Who wrote the WoW books? Some author, famous author, wrote them. I know that.
And the stupidity with the same flair, if not as frequently or zeal, as Trump GOP guests. More balanced late-night lefty...
So instead of offering his own... This is why... this is, I guess, a good reason why I don't like watching people react to things. Because this man is offering no substance. He's reading what the other guy is posting in his tweet. He doesn't have the insightful view. It's the tweet that he's reading that has the insightful view. And it's not even insightful because they called Bill Maher surgically witted. Which he is most certainly not. It was pretty blunt force what he did.
Morons like Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and late night Seth Meyers can begin to stomach. I mean, this guy, he fell for probably one of the, he's flailing. Not a very good poker face there after he found out this could have been done over and over again to every single Democrat using Obama, Biden, and Clinton quotes. It's all a joke, and we're the butt end of it. Bill should let it cook a little bit longer. There's no telling what else he would have said. Yeah, before he, I think he... immediately opposed. We did lose some soldiers in Kuwait, I believe.
What the fuck?
And that makes that to me. I have 3 different setups down here. Every one of them is a meta PC. It's he immediately mentioned that if he wouldn't have,
hold on, we have to watch his ad read.
20 minutes about how Trump's a crazy. By the way, shout out to.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh no! The transition. Oh, Jeremy. You're just so dead behind the eyes. Holy fudgeroni.
Meta PCs, link in the description down below. They are, I recently redid my studio, and I have 3 different setups down here. Every one of them is a Meta PC. It's the only computer I trust. Link in the description. Promo code THEQUARTERING, one word, will also save you money on your next one. I think this is the perfect setup. And then he also said this about Iran, the Iran...
Oh my God. Did he cut, did he cut it or did he just transition out of it?
I think this is the perfect setup. And then he also... See, it's the only computer I trust. Link in the description. Promo code THEQUARTERING, one word, will also save you money on your next one. I think this is the perfect...
No, he didn't even... it's not even like a pop-in. He just read it. He just... He's so soulless. He's just so dead behind the eyes. That made me feel so bad for this guy. Fuck. I cannot believe I don't believe that he makes most of his money from those ad reads. There's no way. Like these companies, he probably owns these companies. Like there's just no fucking way. I don't know about Meta PCs. I've never heard of it before. But I don't think that he's making any money from those. Like come on. How much money is fucking Meta PCs going to give you? Maybe enough to buy a bunch of viewers, I guess.
Setup. And then he also said this about
if
Iran,
that's what you choose to spend your money
Sam
on.
Harris, which is even also bonkers.
Also, this week, war. Did you hear about that thing? We bombed Iran, and it's going on. Now, have you expected me to say I hate it? I don't. Sorry.
Yep.
When he puts boots on the ground, yeah, then I'll hate it. Now, I know too many happy...
I'm pretty sure at least 150 troops are boots on the ground already. Oh yeah, I think I remember him having a coffee brand, or trying to have a coffee brand. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. And if he promoted it like he does his ad reads, then even worse.
Iranian American, sorry.
Because that was bad.
I mean, that's kind of where I am. If we want to stay from afar and you know, turn these buildings into rubble, fine.
Fine. You know, there are people in those buildings, right?
If we ever talk about boots on the ground, obviously, I am immediately opposed. We did lose some soldiers in Kuwait.
Do you see that? Do you see that?
We did lose some soldiers.
What the fuck? Do you guys have Islamophobic AI artwork? Or that's there's a several religious symbols, including the peace symbol. Do you guys have these on your scene transitions in OBS? Do you guys have those? Fellow streamers out there, hello. Do you guys have these? I only just noticed the blood. Does he think that the peace symbol is Islamic? This was clearly on accident. He just does it randomly.
And you know, turn these buildings into rubble, fine. If we ever talk about
Just after justifying genocide.
boots on the ground, obviously, I am immediately opposed. We did lose some soldiers in...
What the fuck? Where did that come from?
Kuwait, I believe, and that makes
Religion of
that, to
peace.
me, is already a price too high. You know, when we did this around the first time, we lost no soldiers. That was my expectation. I know that's not a reasonable expectation of military action, but I'm just being honest and saying that it is mine. I mean, this is he's shocking his audience. Like, it's almost like, oh crap, we have to applaud.
You cannot name one horrible thing that has happened in the Middle East in the last 50 years and not connect it to this fascist theocracy. They're like 6 degrees of they don't eat bacon. And it's popular. I mean, Iranians all...
He was like a video game troll guy. Troll? Was he? Holy shit. Look at his oldest video. Why are there so many SJWs in Magic the Gathering? This had to have been right after his ban. So he came back, I guess. Like, he must have had a different channel at some point.
Definitely an interesting day for me. So as you know, I'm kind of going through a transition on my main channel, which is specifically about Magic the Gathering. And my second channel, which is now currently called Unsleeved After Dark, because it's Unsleeved Media is my main channel, but I'm going to change it. I think I'm changing it to the quartering this weekend because it feels like...
This is 8 years ago. I don't think that happened.
Everybody's like pulling everyone in every other direction. And what I want to do is kind of like reassemble the human body here, metaphorically.
Why feel the need to specify? I don't like that there's fireworks going off behind me. This is very scary.
And do that through discourse rather than arguing. And so I put out a video on my main channel, which I knew was going to cause some waves, about some ideology-driven policies that were getting added to our Magic the Gathering Judge program. Basically, affirmative action type stuff, which...
Okay. Always weird whenever someone tries to start talking about how bad DEI is and affirmative action. What are you, fucking 80? Now he uses terms like low key.
In meritocracy, and especially in a volunteer program like the judge program.
So this is a group of volunteers, which I don't think affirmative action applies there. I'm not sure. I don't. That probably depends on the law, I would assume. But yeah, I guess if discrimination exists, if it's an organization, I don't know. I guess I'd have to research. I don't know. But it's a volunteer organization for magic judges, MTG judges. And his complaint seems to be that there is an affirmative action wave sweeping the world, the wide world of volunteer Magic the Gathering judges. Probably relegated to his local area. So the wide world of local volunteer Magic the Gathering judges. I guess go on.
If you're not familiar what a Magic judge is
Thank you.
major competitive event, or even semi-competitive event, you need judges. These are people that make sure everyone's following the rules. They're people that make sure that make rulings on misplays or
Oh yeah, that's the video we're watching.
conduct, all sorts of things.
That seems
They're
like
overworked and underpaid, and I'm a huge fan of judges, and that's why, when I go to Graham.
Well, I don't think volunteers get paid, do they? Although maybe Wizards of the Coast may be paying volunteer judges or something. I don't know, but I typically volunteers don't get paid, right? Or at least not volunteer like fundraising or whatever. I don't know.
Prees, which are these huge Magic tournaments, there's hundreds of judges working them. And I read an article about how they're introducing some ideology-driven things into the judge program, and I shared my opinion about it.
My background went away.
The reaction to the video, at least amongst my own subscribers, overwhelmingly positive. 10 or more to 1 like to dislike ratio. Sure, it had like 50 dislikes. That's a ton for me. Normally, I would get like 10, but it still had 500 or 600 likes, and that's a lot for me too. So clearly I had touched on something important to people here. And then basically, because I've been labeled a baddie and I've been blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast, the manufacturers of this game, for being a bit of a shit stirrer and then not basically falling in line.
By shit stirrer, does he mean racist? I feel like that's what he means by shit stirrer.
Normally, I would get like 10, but it still had 500 or 600 likes, and that's a lot for me too. So clearly I had touched on something important to people here. And then basically...
Okay. I know exactly what's happening here. The context has revealed this to me. It seems like he's upset, not at the thing that happened with the volunteer program for Wizards of the Coast. It seems like what he's upset about is that he posted a video that was an anti-SJW, anti-DEI rant of some sort, in which he was probably being racist, because that's usually what follows with that type of commentary. And it did really well for him. And it was probably his best performing video, as I think he's describing right now. And he got pissed because it probably got taken down, or something happened, or it probably got him canceled or whatever. And he's now complaining about that. That's kind of what it seems like. I remember the first guy that I ever debated on live stream, he tried to post a video where he had stolen some of my footage, and like I tried civil avenues like to try and get him to edit it, and he didn't do that. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna file a copyright strike against you. Like, that sucks that we had to do that, but. And it was he was so pissed off because it was his best performing video, but he lied about me in it. Like, he lied about who I was. He like said that I was some like famous YouTuber or something. And I was like, you misrepresented me, and like you stole my footage to use in your video. Like, come on, dude. And so he hasn't posted since. Or no, I think he posted like one follow-up video, but that's about it. Like, to be fair, Wizards of the Coast is kind of awful and does most of this stuff in a performative way. Oh, I don't think that's surprising. A lot of companies do pandery bullshit. But yeah, this isn't what he was complaining about. No, it seems like he was just complaining about the initiative itself. But he seems upset about his own video that was performing well somehow being disrupted.
Because I've been labeled a baddie and I've been blacklisted by Wizards of the Coast, the manufacturers of...
Why is he sitting sideways? I love the American flag on his mantelpiece. It's just out of view, but like you can still see it. So it's like he's not quite fully right-wing grifting. He just wants you to know that he's a little bit patriotic.
This game for being a bit of a shit stirrer and then not basically falling.
Stop going away, background.
Corporate corporate prescribed narrative, which is heavily left, like regressive left. I would consider myself, and I don't like these labels, but I definitely consider myself a liberal. And literally almost everything except financial. Like I'm fiscally conservative and I'm liberal on everything else, but not liberal enough.
Well, I used to describe myself as fiscally conservative but liberal in everything else, but I don't think I'm ever going to do that again. After hearing him say that. It sounds really bad coming out of his mouth. It sounds like a tongue-in-cheek joke when it comes from me, but I might just stop altogether.
For Wizards of the Coast, Wizards of the Coast wants to treat everyone who's not a white male like a victim. You know the narrative. And so there's a whole...
I mean, you could have turned that around and said that, like, they try to pander to popular outgroups. You're still sounding kind of racist, but at least you don't sound like a monster.
Proverbial poop storm on the social justice magic. You know, basically every major magic content producer is a social justice type. Weak, I don't want to even go down that way.
Weak? What? Why is that the word you chose to let slip through the cracks? What were the other words going to be? Black, gay, trans.
All of them believe the same ideologies, and maybe they only do it publicly and they're smarter than me and they like hide it better. But
what did he just say about himself? Maybe they put on a facade of anti-racism and wokeness, and they're better at me, or they're better at hiding it than I am at what? At what, Jeremy? What grift are you... What mask are you failing to put on fully?
But I gotta be me. And so they all talk about me every time I put out a video like this.
I think it's self-evident. People don't need to be dunking on Jeremy. But people all agree that he's a douchebag. So a lot of the content creators who are in the same space will choose to dunk on Jeremy. That's you are seeing the consequences of your own actions. And you don't like them. Change your actions.
They don't include me in the conversation, of course, but they all shit talk me behind blocks, and they act, like they're morally superior, and it's really hilarious thing to watch. If you look at these people's Twitter accounts, the amount of like pearl clutching and like moral superiority, talking about everyone who doesn't agree with them like plebs, like these people have only ever lived in the echo chamber.
He very seriously just used the word plebs to describe people he doesn't like. He used the word plebs. Now, I'm sure most of you have only ever seen that in memes. because people don't call each other plebs in real life. Not unless one of them is wearing a full-length trench coat with Oakleys on. You know the type. He just said plebs. I just want to highlight that. I just want to make sure that that's out there. He used it to describe what he was saying, the other content, actually using to describe what he was saying, the other content creators were treating people like. Well, it sounded to me like he was listing things.
Accounts. The amount of, like, pearl clutching and, like, moral superiority, talking about everyone who doesn't agree with them, like plebs. Like, these people have only...
You get what I mean? Like, that's what I interpreted is that he was saying, talking about everyone that doesn't agree with them like a bunch of plebs. But I think what you're saying is that you're interpreting it to mean, like, talking about everyone that doesn't agree with them like plebs. Is this one up for interpretation, or am I just being biased here? I feel like he's the kind of guy that uses plebs seriously. Like pejoratively and like very seriously. But I could be wrong. That could be a mistaken interpretation. But goddamn, I want to believe he did that.
Ever lived in the
He's exhibiting all the other markers from somebody who's just kind of shitty.
echo chamber that they do now. And
I don't like him, but I think he's more stupid than evil. Yeah. Smart enough to try to grift people, because he thinks that using ChatGPT scripts and paying for views is, like, not obvious. But several people have called him out recently for it.
And believe me, if I was...
So yeah, stupid,
if
but
I prescribed
at least smart enough to pay those companies.
I would be... Everyone would love me. And when you get that much smoke blown up your ass on a daily basis, you start to believe it. And I don't have anything personal against these people. I have strong opinions about their views.
I mean, in this video from 8 years ago, it really does seem like he's trying to rationalize why people don't seem to agree with the things that he's saying. That's fine. That's like your video did well, and you're wondering why you're getting so much pushback for it, and you're wondering why it's bleeding into real life. I get it. Totally. He's trying to rationalize all that stuff. Maybe he's even trying to question his own beliefs in this moment. But it certainly evolved from there.
Over the world are doing the Trump dance. Have you seen that? The whole world is jerking off two guys at once. It's amazing, yeah.
Look at him go.
Also,
you know, again, here's David. Iran took hostages. They're evil.
You didn't want to comment on that?
They're a real threat. They're sponsoring terror. They're taking out Americans. They're building nukes. We have to stop them. Finally gets to Trump. He's like, okay. The difference in views towards Iran. Bush Jr. Send money. Barack. Send money. Biden. Send money. Trump. Send the military. Again, I'm very uncomfortable with this whole thing. But this just shows the hypocrisy of the left. And also...
Sure, there may be some hypocrisy coming from the left. Sure. Institutional Democrats are definitely going to toe the line when you try to gotcha them in a question about Obama. Yeah. But that's the way that they operate. Shouldn't be the way this guy operates. Shouldn't be the way we operate. But he's been talking about SJWs and culture war shit for a long fucking time now.
Here's another leftoid moron that these people hold up and think he's smart, but he just isn't. And here's Sam Harris getting absolutely embarrassed and called out.
I could not have taken that invitation.
Yeah, that's you.
So yeah, but that's...
This is from, I believe, this weekend, too. A different show that Bill does.
That's the thing. It's like, it's not... I completely understand why you went. I mean, it's totally...
So the discourse here is not about trying to solve the problems that we're encountering as a modern society, but, or at least here in America, but instead... They're over who won some perceived debate between two TV personalities. I think Sam Harris is like political analyst. I don't know much about him, but like, and this is how he makes his money. I mean, you know, go get your bag, King, I guess.
But I honestly feel like your position is not someone who wants to actually make the country better.
Exactly. Sam Harris has been caught on tape numerous times, willingly, like, you know, having some of the most unhinged takes I've ever seen. But he's right.
For
Sam Harris is
instance,
simply not interested in making the country any better.
Like it's someone who just wants to wallow
for instance,
in Trump hate,
Well,
which is fun to wallow in.
Yes. Sorry, Sam. He's right.
know I want to make the country better,
No,
and
he
I'm not
doesn't.
wallowing in anything. What I'm seeing.
most people who argue on the left side of the aisle want the country to be a better place, but also recognize that where we're at is not perfect, and that there are things that we could do to improve our society. That's a good position to have. Not that things are just fine, we just need to get all that white hatred out of the history books. Not exactly the best position. Do you see how those are different? Racism wasn't real. What? What are you talking about? I mean, I guess if you really think about it, people have been racist against whites. You know? When are we ever going to put Christian white men back in charge? Come on. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. What?
Is the possibility of that errand backfiring? Right?
How?
The way it backfired in your case. I mean,
It didn't backfire. He went to dinner and it didn't backfire on him at all. What is he talking about?
I mean, look, talk about the aftermath. I mean, he's now attacking you for having come.
Proving my point that I never pulled a punch, never stopped doing my job. There was never a deal on the table.
But what was accomplished? Was anything accomplished? It just seems like a lot of pain.
It was. Look, I don't read my social media. So, I mean, I know you gave up that, which is
That's good.
a big part of your life.
Yeah, well, because he was getting ruthlessly dragged every day.
I was never there.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I mean, like, I assume there's probably a healthy amount of, you know, counter to whatever culture he is, and then also maybe some death threats thrown in there too. Just for good measure. At least on Twitter.
pain, you know, all I hear is when I go out in public, I walk into a restaurant and 20 people come up to me and say, "Thank God for you."
Bill. Come on, Bill. People don't do that. Oh, Billy boy. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that doesn't happen.
And for
I mean, this is the reality. Look, you have to talk to both sides, and this dinner happened how long ago? More than a year ago. And for a guy that says he's not stewing in Trump hate, he sure brought that up really fast, didn't he? Sam Harris brought that up in exceedingly fast. And it's the point of it is that this guy, he's not dissimilar than some people on the right, to be honest with you. All they want to do is complain. Nothing's ever good enough. No win is complete enough. No victory is good.
At least he had the balls to both sides it for once. That's kind of cool.
Good enough. No gas prices cheap
There's
enough.
some hope for Jeremy, probably.
No job report is good enough.
Far off in
They're
the
like Wall
distance.
Street. And I think a big part of it is their career has been built on complaining. And so I think they are audience captured.
I'm sorry. But are we pot calling the kettle black here? The first video on this, the quartering channel, is why are there so many SJWs in Magic the Gathering? I just want to make sure we're not throwing stones here.
They actually have no real out. There's no off-ramp for people like Sam Harris to say, oh yeah, maybe Trump did something good. Their entire brand is like Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. There's another point in this show where he's like, you know, F Trump is not a political position. And just like your gender ideology isn't a character trait, there's just nothing of value that ever comes out of that. There's no moving the ball forward. There's no improving anything. There's not saying like...
We're just injecting some transphobia in there, I guess. It's part of the charm.
Look, he's the president. We've got to kind of work within the system that we have. This isn't Sam Harris talking about, hey, this is somebody who we should elect. No, it's just Sam Harris having Trump derangement syndrome like he always does.
keeping it down the middle and for being honest to both sides. No, I know there are people probably sitting in that restaurant thinking, oh, there's the asshole who had dinner with Trump. And I know in this town, the super woke show business community, like most of them don't like me for that but I don't feel like...
Yeah, I mean, people take performative stances all the damn time. But I mean, I guess maybe that's why we really shouldn't pay much attention to what celebrities have to say about shit like this. I mean, we know Adam Schiff is going to just agree with whatever he believes is the Democratic position. Like, that's just going to be how it is. And I think, I don't know, I think when people say that, like, Bill Maher isn't a righty, like, I don't think that they listen to him. He's
like that is a sophisticated position.
He's a righty.
You have to respect.
It isn't. And that is like an absolute nuke to Sam Harris and other pseudo-intellectuals that pretend that they're opposing Trump for any real altruism or any altruistic reason.
I mean, all you have to do is just point to the things he does. They're pretty self-evident. Just all the actions he takes, the things he says. He speaks like a dictator. He says he's got ultimate power. Like, come on. Like, you can choose not to like that. Just because he's a leader of the country doesn't mean you have to like him. Just like you guys don't like Obama. Just like you guys don't like anyone, Carter, anyone with a fucking spine. Carter. Don't know why I said that preceding anyone with a spine, but yeah, he was a good guy, you know, as far as I know. Anywho, that's the quartering. We have spent almost 3 hours talking about the quartering today. I am so done. God dang. Oh God. Stop. That's a bad video. Don't do this. I do not believe that that video would be able to stay on TikTok if people reported it. So if you see something like that, please report it. They're not supposed to be able to post shit like that. Stupid fucking chair. Yeah. Didn't see anything good. Oh, because of the wrong browser windows on. You see my current vertical feed analytic or chat room. It's always fun to see. No, I know it sounded metaphorical, but I get it. I gotcha. What about? I like answering questions for atheists.
You have to go to funerals. And
we've heard that one. I mean, that's not the original sound. That's the opening riff from Lover You Should Have Come Over. That's messed up, man. It's a Jeff Buckley song. Oh, atheists ask, Christians answer. I get it.
now, what's yours?
Stop it. Stop it.
If I tell my wife, if you...
Stop it.
When I was a kid, I really wanted to die in like a tragic accident. And I say this because I was told from a very young age that children who die get the automatic fast pass to heaven. So they go straight to heaven and they don't have to worry about going to hell because they're pure, sinless children. So from the ages of like 4 to 10, I really wanted to die in an accident. Obviously not by my own hand because I was told that was a sin, that would send you straight to hell. And like, I mean, I was a happy kid, don't get me wrong, I was such a happy kid. But at the same time, like, in the back of my head, I was always just like, why would I risk becoming a sinful adult when I could just die in a car accident right now? Like, I was just very obsessed with that idea as a child. And even now, like, I just always think about the concept of a child going straight to heaven. It just never sat right with me because, I don't know, the more you fucking think about all of this, the less it makes sense. The less it makes sense. Okay, so a child, a baby. You're a baby and you go straight to heaven. You died 2 weeks into your life.
It sounds like you need therapy to help you make sense of these feelings that you're having. Especially if they're so existential as making you want to die in an accident. That is
just sad. It makes me sad. I definitely put a point in the Christianity column for this one. Or whichever religion, you know. That sucks, man. Very sad. You shouldn't have to be worried. You should not have to be that worried about getting into a good afterlife that you're going to wish that you were dead. Like, that's just fucked. Like, that's crazy fucked. Man, like, I think it's a red flag if your parents made heaven sound so enticing to you that you just wanted to skip life entirely and then just die in some accident. Like, that's a red flag, and that's sad already to hear. But like, it didn't seem like they gave her really any answers so far. I mean, she still looks young. Yeah, it's still a kid, but like, she wants to die. God.
You're such a cute little fat little baby, but unfortunately you got pneumonia and you died. And boom, you're in heaven now. Congrats! Woo! Like, you're in heaven. You got to skip the trials and tribulations of life, and you're going to heaven. So now you're in heaven, but you're a baby. You didn't even get the chance to really exist or develop your soul or your personality, and now you are stuck like that for eternity in heaven. You can't even talk. You don't even know who God is, but you're stuck in heaven worshiping God, and you don't know who God is. Can you even worship God if you are a baby? And
These are all really good questions. Meaning, like, they should make you question your faith. If you can't find an answer for these things, especially in the holy document that you're supposed to be following, then I'd be urging you to maybe find a different faith.
I remember when I was a kid, I asked this in church. I asked this question. I was like, I don't understand what babies do in heaven. If they are a baby who doesn't even know their own name and they can't even speak and they're stuck like that forever. I was asking all these questions.
And how would they get around? Would they flop around on their little fat baby arms, or would they have like wings? Because I don't think you just get wings when you go to heaven, do you? You got to be an angel to get wings, right? Is that a thing? Is that like a rule? I don't know if it says in the Bible how they operate once they get to heaven. I need to get more water. I'll be right back. I guess.
And the answer I got was just very unfulfilling because they were like, like you.
What? No.
When I was a kid, I really wanted to die in like a tragic accident. And I say this because I was told from a very young age that children who die get the automatic fast pass to
Christians
heaven.
aren't evil.
They go straight to heaven and they don't have to worry about going to hell because they're pure, sinless children. So from the ages of like 4 to 10, I really wanted to die in an accident.
But I believe that beneath them,
something to do with
there is
bells?
something
Yeah.
even more precious.
That's what I remember from my experience with Christmas time. Gopher, I don't know if you remember, but Christianity's been used to justify all manner of evil things across history. So you can't just use a blanket term like Christians aren't evil. There are plenty who are. And many who would consider them true and good Christians. Just as there's many who would not. Sorry, I'm trying to find the perfect place to put the window. It's going to be something that I quibble over for years to come. That's just the nature of me being always unsatisfied with how my content is viewed by myself. Hitler was atheist. Completely wrong. Wrong again! Nope, Christian. Implemented Christianity as the national religion, in fact.
Questions that atheists can't answer, part 1.
All right, let me get more water, and then I will answer some of these questions that atheists apparently can't answer. No, you've eaten! Jesus. And we're back.
One Mr. or Mrs. Atheist. Can science answer everything? I'm waiting.
Why did he say it like that? Why did he say it in such an enticing manner?
Atheist. Can science answer everything? I'm waiting.
I mean, I think it says no right here, or at least not yet. I mean, that's a pretty good answer to that question. But why? Why is he trying to be spicy? Why is he trying to be sexy with his words? Like, there are atheists who are evil, Muslim who are evil, Christians who are evil, but if you're going off of 0.1%, that doesn't justify anything. Huh? So the Crusades, so all the stuff in the Bible about killing innocent women, genocides, ethnic cleansing in the name of Christ, like, none of those things are small things, nor make up a small group of Christians. So I don't know. I mean, yes, there are potentially, like, there's every member of every group has the potential to be evil. But very, very often, Christianity and the Bible are things that are used to justify pretty crazy shit. I don't think I remember, you know, any mass murders in the name of atheism. I mean, I'm sure there might have been like one or two, but I can't remember any off the top of my head. And again, Hitler was Christian. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting. Atheists.
Why do atheists care if people worship God?
We largely don't. It was the thing, it's impressing beliefs on others that it tends to be an instigator to issues, right? So if you're invading my country and you're killing all of my friends and family because I either worship no God or the God that you, or not the God that you worship. It could even be over a simple disagreement over like a translation of a word. Right? Typically, I don't care what you people believe. But it's the fact that you impress upon others that they should believe what you believe. That seems to be a dirty little habit y'all tend to have.
Don't believe in him. So why does it make you so
Piece of
upset
fluff?
when you make videos where you
Floating
take
in the air.
Bibles and rip Bibles and make fun of people for believing in God? It seems to be some kind
It's always secondhand stories, isn't it? It's always like hearsay, is it not? You know, I know that the Christians were persecuted at one point in history. I know that. Because history points to that. Like, we have the evidence for that. But I don't like all these secondhand stories of people who are like, oh, lots of Christians have been killed, assaulted, like in modern day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not this like nebulous. I don't know. Let's
Bibles and make
listen.
fun of people who worship God and you don't believe in him. So why does it make you so upset when you make videos where you kick Bibles and rip Bibles and make fun of people for believing?
So, like, if you have religious trauma and you are a TikToker, then you might decide to make your videos about being not Christian or about disliking Christianity. Just like I make live streams where I talk about who's more evil, MAGA or Christianity. People make content. Make the content they like. They make the content that they tend to be good at. They make the content that they feel like they need to. I don't know what motivates people, but it's all different kinds of reasons. For me, I tend to get entertainment from this. It's fun to look at stuff and make a little bit of a jab, make a little bit of a jape. You know, I find that fun. But if you're doing that, you're not hurting anybody. I could rip up 1,000 Bibles and I would not have hurt anybody. So why do you care?
Personal attachment. If nothing is nothing, then how can something come from nothing?
That's not what atheists believe.
Friend, if you don't believe in God, that really is up to you. But I would encourage you that your life is valuable and God loves you. Whether you believe what I'm saying.
Yeah, being atheist doesn't mean that you believe that nothing came from nothing, and you don't necessarily believe that your life doesn't have value. I mean, there are plenty of atheists who understand how their family and friends and loved ones feel about them, and that gives them a sense of value within their circle. There are atheists who contribute to charities and volunteer for soup kitchens and feel a sense of fulfillment. That gives them value.
I really want to encourage you to be open-minded to the idea that there's something higher than your intellect. So God bless you. Jesus died on the cross for your sins, mine as well.
Right, but how does that convince anybody? You know, like if you're in the conversion way, right, and you're trying to get people to come to Jesus, I feel like it's a little outdated to do the whole like Jesus loves you thing, because like I think people kind of realize how corny that is, and like Christians are nothing if not very corny. I mean, I don't need to point out the Christian superhero shows or like Bible Man, for instance. I think Christians know they're corny. I don't think anybody would argue with that. But it's a little out of touch just to think that saying that Jesus loves you is going to bring anybody into the fold. You got to actually bring something to the table. At least for people who aren't in a very exploitable and manipulative place, or easily manipulatable place, or suggestible, you know what I'm saying? At the worst points in their life, like when Christians tend to get at them. And born-agains tend to be some of the most zealous, strong-willed in the faith.
Christian here asking a question to all my atheists.
Controversial. Let's go.
Have you ever considered that, like, if your belief system is wrong, then, like, there is an eternal punishment, unfortunately, like, if you are wrong? But
we've resorted to threats now. Believe in my God or go to hell.
if we're
Super
wrong,
cool.
the Christians are wrong, and it's just like black after all of this when you die, then like
Nobody knows. Why speculate?
what do Christians have to lose in what we believe? And I know this type of question aggravates a lot of people, but I do want to like bring it up because it's a really good and I know this type of question aggravates a lot
No, sorry, I'm trying to hear the last part of the question.
Christians are wrong, and it's just like black after all of this when you die. Then like, what do Christians have to lose in what we believe?
Atheists don't give a fuck, by and large, what Christians believe. So I don't think that there's any reason to speculate what Christians have to lose, but you build an entire belief system off of a text that has some pretty monstrous stuff in it that you must now support. And so you've built your existence within a very strict framework. So what do you have to lose? You have all that framework to lose by being wrong, if you're wrong. You have your belief, you have your faith that you can lose. You have your friends and family who, if they choose to stick with the faith and you choose to deconstruct. I mean, if we want to talk about practically, like, I feel like you've got plenty to lose as a Christian. if you don't have anything at the beginning of atheism, like you have a lack of belief in something, if you don't have something there, then I don't feel like you've really got anything to lose at that point. I don't know what the point of the question is, but apparently she thinks it's controversial, and she has comments turned off. I feel like that would hinder the conversation. Right? Or this is TikTok, so people can make like stitches? Right, I guess? That's a thing? I don't know what the point of this was.
Atheist question. I am genuinely curious, not being condescending.
Do you believe her? Every time someone says that, they're generally being condescending. It's usually that they're being whatever it is they're saying that they're not being. Let's find out though.
Does the thought of only relying on yourself and other people in this world to do right, is that idea not a little bit depressing?
The idea of what?
Genuinely curious, not being condescending. Does the thought of only relying on yourself and other people in this world to do right, is that idea not a little bit depressing?
I don't quite understand. What I think I hear this person saying is that, do you find the idea of relying on only yourself or other people to do good depressing? No. But if I had to delve deeper and understand why she's asking the question, I think what it means is that it's fulfilling and it makes you feel good and valued and all that kind of loved to depend on a higher power, which I don't even know if do Christians largely believe that God is supposed to support them? Because I think what the majority of Christians believe is that they're supposed to do the work themselves. You know, you're still supposed to toil for God, but if you love him and you understand that Jesus died for your sins or whatever, then you go to heaven. Like, I think that's sort of how it works. I might be an aspect of it that I'm not sure about.
Thanks so much.
Okay, that was it. I don't find a lack of something depressing because it's not there to stimulate whatever juices in my brain would tell me that it's depressing. A lack of God doesn't feel existential to me. Being able to see what's right in front of my face, like interacting with myself and my community and relying on them to do good, engage within the social contract that we've all agreed to when we go out into society. I mean, that's not depressing to me. That's pretty fulfilling. Like, I feel like that, makes me feel good as a person. I don't know. I think that's a ridiculous question. Most Christians are Christians in name only, but don't practice what they preach. So would that make them sinos? I was trying to make a rhino joke, but it didn't work out.
Friendly Christian here. I wanted to ask.
Well, it didn't seem like she was being condescending, right? No, at least she was telling the truth about that. I think that, but if it's anything like how my mom says when she's trying not to be condescending, she's usually had a few glasses of wine or a couple of grasshoppers. That's right. She's a grasshopper girl. And mid-conversation, when she asks something that she's being passive-aggressive about, she'll be like, I promise I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm not trying to be offensive. But do you? And then something incredibly controversial and offensive. But that could be me projecting. Well, I feel like the question was fine. Like, I think I understood it. In that having a higher power in your life would make you feel like more of a normal, well-maintained person. But I just disagree with it. I don't having a lack of something doesn't mean that you're missing something. It just means that there's not that thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, missing something means that you've had something taken away, but you don't miss something you never had. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my point. That's my counterpoint.
Atheists, a question, and it's a purely like a learning question, like not a debate, some dumb stuff like that. I was wondering who you show gratitude.
See, again, you don't got to preface it. Just say the thing. Just say the question. I think people are either going to take it one way or they're going to take it another way. You got to stop with the qualifiers. The qualifiers throw up red flags for me. It makes me feel like you're going to try to be controversial now. Because usually people do that. And I don't want to just assume, all right? Because you know what happens when you assume, right? Things get complicated, and then you got to untangle a big web of things that nobody really wants to have to work through, you know? And it's just a problem for everybody. Thought I was going to say the other thing, didn't you? Well, I'm not here to perform like a monkey, okay? I'm not some dancing monkey where I'm on a musical crank box, you know, dancing for fucking coins. All right? That's not why we're here. Okay? I will not perform. Will not. I guess I kind of am already. Shut up. How dare you?
Too, for the creation of the world, because, you know, I was just driving and sometimes I'm just like, oh my gosh, the world is so pretty. Thank you, God. Obviously, because I'm Christian. And like, Muslims and Jewish people, they'll do the same with their monotheistic God. And then like people like Hindus, stuff like that, who have multiple gods, they'll just, I guess if I was looking at the ocean, they'd attribute it
Thank you for being worldly. That's pretty cool that you appreciate that other cultures and religions are going to believe different stuff. That's awesome.
to whatever ocean god they have. Like, is it science itself? Like, you look at the world and you're like, oh, science is so awesome. Like,
The universe is bigger and stranger than I know, or probably can even know. There's lots of overhead of mystery and deeper aspects of existence be pondered, God or not. So not depressing, yeah. And I think wondering about cool stuff, like wondering about all of the different things that we get to experience, I think that's cool too. Speculating about what could be the cosmic reason behind that stuff, but I don't know. I think people go too quickly to a place of you know, God, I guess. I don't know. It stifles any like fun discussions, I guess.
thank you, science, to like, you know, kind of attribute it to just like the laws of the universe. Because even though I'm Christian, I'm in STEM and I am amazed by science all of the time. It's just
Cool.
that I end up just thinking God because I
Fuck yeah.
believe God made science, sort of thing. But yeah, I'm curious, so share. Friendly Christian, because I'm Christian.
What was the
and,
question?
Like, Muslims and Jews, you know, I was just driving and sometimes I'm just like, oh my gosh, the world is so pretty. Thank you, God. Obviously, because I'm Christian. And like, Muslims and Jewish people, they'll do the same with their monotheistic God. And then like people like Hindus, stuff like that, who have multiple gods, they'll just, I guess if I was looking at the ocean, they'd attribute it to whatever ocean god they have. Like, is it science itself? Like, you look at the world and you're like, oh, science is so awesome. Like, thank you, science. So like, you know, kind of.
Oh, get it. Okay. Do you think whatever power you believe created nature? I say fuck yeah, thank you, nature. I also say thank you to multiple pagan gods just because I think it's funny. I say praise Paimon. I don't know what Paimon's for. I think it's funny. But yeah, I'll often say, God damn, nature's so fucking cool. And sometimes if I see a scientific thing and it blows my mind, I'll be like, God, science is so fucking cool. Yeah. Good question.
Big question for atheists. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, science somehow proves that God exists, that Jesus is...
That's what I've been waiting for. Maybe one day we'll find proof. But it hasn't happened yet.
God, and that Christianity is objectively true. Would you become a Christian?
Nope. That's an easy question.
Big question.
Yep, and that's the end of it. That's the extent. Yep. Nope.
I just thank the universe for being pretty interesting and cool. Not sure if there's a meta consciousness behind that or not. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes shit can be really fucking cool, you know? Sometimes.
Hey, atheists.
Ah!
Question. So you call religious people crazy for believing
Nope, I don't call religious people crazy. Especially not for believing in God.
in miracles, right? But
Or
you
believing in miracles. It depends on the miracle, and it depends on how fervent you are in that belief. Could be crazy.
believe in the most preposterous miracle of all, that the universe was created from nothing.
That's not what atheists believe. I mean, I would say a lot of atheists, but I'm not going to speak for every atheist because we don't fucking have a Bible. But that's not what most atheists believe, is that just the universe popped in from nothing. I'm pretty sure most atheists don't even fucking think about that. Have probably never wondered. Never given a shit. I know I haven't. Don't give a shit. Couldn't be fucking... What is it? Couldn't be arsed. Couldn't be arsed. Could not be less arsed in my life.
impossible for something to come from nothing.
I mean, depends on what your scope is. Of like, if you were to look in the air, you could potentially see nothing, but there's shit floating around in there. Abiogenesis would say that, I mean, like, shit happens in that little shit floating around in the air, you know? Shit happens in there. Cells divide, fucking new life forms are born and die, and how do we get existential about, how much more existential can we get about the lives of microscopic organisms?
How does that work? Hey, atheists.
I think it's abiogenesis when you reproduce non-sexually, but it's like cells or something. I gotta recheck that. I think I'm using the wrong word. I think that was like a historical thing, was abiogenesis. Regional evolution. Yeah, this is a historical thing. I was using the wrong term. Natural process by which life arises from non-living matter. So like how the primordial soup came to be, essentially, is what it sounds like. Why is... Weird. OBS does not like what's happening right now. Why is that? That's so weird. Lost my damn background. Come on, America.
Question. So you call religious
Atheist. What are you gonna say when you stand in front of God?
Why did you stay hidden? Why did you... I have a question for a very specific group of people. And I'm re-recording this video because I feel like the first time I recorded it, it was, I don't know, it came off like weird and condescending. And so I'm going to ask...
That's not really what I believe, and it's not what physics claims either. The honest scientific answer is that we don't fully know what, if anything, preceded the early universe. Yeah. And we don't know if it was just a cycle of crunch and bang and crunch and bang. Like, we just don't know. And I think most people don't care. At least not as an everyday issue.
Like nicely or normally as I can.
I'm not able to not perform at my job because I'm stuck in an existential crisis over how the universe formed. I don't think that's ever happened to me.
As a believer, every funeral I've ever been to is like of another believer, and not that it just happened to be that way. And so everyone's always like, oh, they're in a better place, you know, they believed in the afterlife, they believe in heaven, and they believe in Jesus, they prefer Jesus Lord, so they're going to heaven. And honestly, some of these people, I'm like, what? I didn't even know they knew Jesus. That don't matter. This is not what this video is about. But like, if you're atheist though, what do you say about a person? Like, of course you go through their life, but like when you remove, I don't know what happens when you remove the entire portion of the ceremony that references the afterlife. What does...
You don't have to. I think that most people who claim to be atheist are graceful enough to just, you know, at least be respectful of whatever ceremony, you know, they're doing. Like it could be secular. I think that most people who have secular services, I'm not sure if they still read Bible passages, but I know that, like, it's mostly priests who conduct funeral rites, right? As far as I'm aware. And like, I don't know. I think people just kind of respect whatever the other... Hey, Justin, how's it going? I think people just kind of respect, like, what everyone else is doing. And, like, people just kind of try not to make it, you know, about religion. It's more about remembering the person who died. I mean, that's way more important. Jafiel.
A funeral look, and yeah.
Oh, didn't mean to skip forward.
And yeah, what does the funeral look like then? I probably could have just like Googled this, but I don't know. Discussions are nice, and so I just wanted to hear like firsthand, like what that is like for you. I have a question for a very specific.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the time, yeah, no problem, Justin. Welcome. I think most of the time people try to just respect what other people are doing. And I think by default, a lot of funeral services are just kind of religious in nature. Do you ever do any call-ins or anything like that? Yeah, sometimes. Just depends on the day or the vibe, if I feel like it. And plus, like, ritual ceremony or a ceremonial burial was something that kind of came from a mixture of different places. I think it was mostly pagan, from what I understand. I'm getting chilly. Is it not? I think it's been raining last couple of days, so that's probably why. But in general, I think people just kind of go with the flow for funeral ceremonies, even if there's Bible stuff in it and you're secular. I think it's just kind of a thing. Like, we've all just kind of agreed upon it. But and an atheist, if they heard someone say, oh, I think they're in a better place, I don't think that they would outright just go like, excuse me, but heaven doesn't exist. They wouldn't do that, you know? I don't think so. Jesus is a man who eats food and drinks water, who looks like a human being, was beaten to death by the Jews. He could not save himself. You people are making him God. Who's you people? Do you think that I'm Christian? Okay. I'd love to call in sometime whenever you do that next. Yeah, sure. You would be talking as a believer, I assume.
A group of people.
I have a very simple question for atheists, and this is not an argument.
Simple question? Love to hear simple questions. But of course, he did preface it with, I promise I'm not arguing. Why does it... Stop qualifying. Just say the thing. Nobody's judging you for that.
Bring up any biblical evidence or anything like that. I just have a simple question. Okay.
Oh, I get it. You're saying it so you don't have to justify everything. Got it. Funeral isn't the time or place to have an argument. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think most people, atheists or Christian or whatever, would just be respectful, you know, or even ponder the nature of existence out loud. Yeah. That's not like there's a time and place, you know.
So this right here is Young Hoon Kim. He is currently the highest IQ holder in the entire world. Now,
which doesn't mean anything, by the way.
We know of. And he is publicly saying that I believe Jesus Christ is God. The way
it doesn't mean nothing. It just, in this case, doesn't mean anything.
The truth and the life. And I'm just bringing this up because a lot of atheists think that the Christian belief and believing in Jesus is stupid.
I would say that's projection. I think that a lot of people who claim to be atheist also would potentially try to dunk on Christians. But I think the majority of atheists just want to be left alone and want to be able to live their lives without laws being imposed upon them that cross the line between secular and religion, or who want to just be able to live their lives without having to have their entire history erased, or want to be able to live their lives without having their identity erased or legislated against for religious reasons, or who want to be able to, live their life with, the rare mistake and be able to rectify that through actual legitimate medical procedures without getting that legislated away by, religious people. I think that's what most atheists want from Christians. I think that's, they just want for you to not impose your beliefs on them. I think that's very, very simple. It's easy to understand. But no, most atheists aren't sitting in their homes going, God, do you guys know how stupid Christians are? Christians are so stupid for believing in God. I don't think I've ever said, I think there are plenty of atheists, again, who would say that believing in something that doesn't exist is potentially an uneducated take. I mean, during a debate, during an argument, if you're having a spirited conversation with someone, yeah, that might be something that slips out. But I don't think most people truly believe that. And as I've said multiple times in my stream, I think that Christianity, religion in general, can be good for some people if that is what helps them find fulfillment and peace. And as long as they don't use it to impose will on anybody else. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think more atheists should start to speak up. It's sad how we have to constantly hear their illogical beliefs and pretend it's true. I'm definitely not that atheist. I don't think a lot of people legitimately pretend that things are true. I think respect for somebody's rituals as a secular person is not necessarily capitulating to them or supporting their beliefs or believing what they believe. It's just being respectful. It's just being respectful of your fellow human being.
Or has no evidence or makes no sense at all. And I'm just curious because we definitely can't assume that Young Hoon just came to this conclusion out of nowhere, or he's just
Most early scientists were themselves either deists or actually religious. So,
guessing. He definitely used his IQ brain to come to this conclusion. So I'm just curious what y'all think about it.
So the reason why I think that IQ doesn't play a part in this is because a person who achieves high value accolades, so like the Nobel Peace Prize or a science award or something, people who achieve these great feats, also, I guess, holding the world's highest IQ, even though I personally believe that doesn't really measure much, but still, you're not sitting there with your awards strapped to your chest, or you're, feeling the weight of your medal in your hand, holding a cup of brandy, sitting in front of the fire going like, I wonder if Jesus Christ is the way, and then using your IQ brain to then determine that. He's simply religious. He simply just happens to be religious. And if he only recently became religious, then he's a convert. There's no higher meaning to that. There is no existential conclusion that we can come to from this input. It just is what it is. There's a religious guy saying that Jesus Christ is the way, the God, yada yada. That's it. Easy peasy. Not necessarily harmful, but certainly something that a lot of Christians have been using as, that's proof God exists, that the smartest man on the planet said it. First, not necessarily smartest man, the guy with the highest measured IQ. He claims. Also never been substantiated.
Genuine question for atheists. So typically whenever I see y'all critiquing the way that God possibly judges people, and especially whenever it comes to hell, often it's the eternal conscious torment version of hell. But, as I'm sure many of you already know, that's not the only
actually
view of hell within Christianity. It never has been historically, and it isn't still to this day. One of the other main Christian views of hell is that of annihilationism, where hell is essentially a place where the people who reject God, the people who God decides to send to hell, go there for a time, and then they're inevitably annihilated, completely removed from existence.
So in other words, what you believe atheists believe is what happens to people in the annihilation hell. Is what I'm gathering. Is it still not eternal torment? Like, is it still not threatening that you go to hell if you don't believe in God? Like, can we not look past the nuance of how to define hell and just look at the idea that if I don't believe in God, I go to hell? Shouldn't that be the thing that we're talking about? I feel like that's more relevant.
So my question is really twofold. One, why is that never the version of hell that is critiqued? And two,
because people don't care about the difference between the hells.
Let's say that annihilationism is 100% the way that God chooses to judge.
I've never even heard of that. Why are we just assuming that that's canon now?
Does that, in your eyes, make him more of a fair judge? I have no desire.
Saying believe in me or burn for all of eternity is not fair, regardless of how you define that burning. I could mean that I'm just going to put my cigarettes out on you for the rest of your life. Or I could mean that I'm going to throw you into a pit of fucking fire. Neither of those are good. That's all bad. All of it's bad. That's like asking, would you rather sit on a giant nail or slide down a giant razor blade? Same shit. Personally, I'd vote for the razor blade. No, nail. I don't know. They're both bad. I don't know. See, this is what I'm saying. Perhaps we shouldn't have to endure any torture at all.
Here are 5 questions that atheists do not want to answer.
Wow.
I was going to say, I knew this would have been a
We
stitch.
got 5 questions for atheists.
All right, let's hear it.
Do you believe
Goose of discontent. Yeah, some people are smart. Some of those people are also religious. Yeah.
All right, I've got 3 questions for atheists.
I've seen that.
I want to apologize for my last video. I didn't think it would offend people. I'm so sorry. I truly am.
I wasn't
really
offended.
Just wanted to get to know you guys better.
So 3 questions I honestly have for atheists. Not gotcha questions whatsoever.
Again with the qualifiers. Do you think maybe they truly believe that some of these are gotcha questions? Nah, there's no way. Nah, Christians aren't holier than thou. Nah, what? What? Christians? Superiority complex? No. Of course not.
The answer to help me in my own spiritual
I'm drinking
journey.
from this.
One
in
would
the
be,
reverse
do
way.
you believe that God does not exist? 2 would be, are you an evidentialist? So
Do you believe that God... I definitely answered these questions before, but do you believe that God does not exist? No, I just don't. I don't have a belief. I don't have any specific belief whatsoever. I have a lack of belief.
do you follow the evidence where it leads to get to this belief? And then,
Yeah, but I'd have to be reliable evidence.
then thirdly, if you believe that God does not exist and you are an evidentialist,
I cannot answer this because I did not say yes to either of those 2 questions.
what is this evidence, the preponderance of it, that leads to this?
Oh, shifting the burden of proof, I guess? What is happening here?
Okay, so I just want to go on a little bit of a rant while I do my hair.
I thought this is a question for atheists. This was in 2021.
I guess not really a rant, more like a question.
I answered this before. Oh my gosh. I need to get better sleep. That is definitely on the menu, is much better sleep. I am very sleep deprived right now. This looks like Chet Hanks. Why? Chet Hanks. Chet Hanks. TikTok, why are you doing this to me? I want to see Chet Hanks' video. Stop! Open it in new window. There we go. Why are you muted?
Would you ever date somebody?
Oh, I already answered this question. Damn it.
Hey, atheist, I have a question for you guys. Would you ever date somebody? Now, let's just say you're single. Would you ever date somebody who is not agnostic, atheist, or open-minded to be willing?
Yeah, as long as they respected that I didn't particularly have a religious bone in my body.
To deconstruct.
And as long as they didn't try to, convert me against my will or whatever. I don't know.
Genuine question for Christians and other believers that might be watching this video. I think most of us can agree that at least part of the Bible is parables, so it's stories. It's not meant to be taken literally.
Yeah, several Christians would disagree with you on that.
For me, as an atheist, I don't believe that the Bible is inspired by God in any way. I think that it was written by man. I don't think that there's any divinity to the Bible. But if you are one of the people that believe that some of it's true and some of it's parable, how do you know the difference? There's nothing in the Bible that says, okay, if a passage starts with this, then it's a parable, and if it starts with this, then it's truth. For me, the Bible is historical fiction, but I know a lot of people do believe that it's divinely guided, that God inspired it. So how do you know which verses, which passages, which stories are just that, stories, and which ones are meant to be taken absolutely literally?
I mean, that's a good question. I feel like Christians are just going to say, well, that's, all of it should be taken seriously. I don't know. I don't know that many Christians I've talked to would have been able to point to specific passages and say, this is allegorical, this is real, this is allegorical, this is real. I don't think they really want to get into that. I don't know. Be interesting to see.
Hey, atheist.
Ah!
I have a question.
Fuck!
Why do you get so mad in my comments when I mention God?
I don't know who you are.
How can you get offended at something that you don't even think exists?
Don't know who you are.
You don't get mad at Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy, but God makes you mad?
I don't remember the last time someone used Santa Claus to justify mass murder. Just saying that. Seems weird.
Hi. For you atheists out there.
Hey, Ray! I love old theists. I love them. They are both, awesome and sometimes really angry. I love them. At least their TikToks. I love it. It's so cool. I wish I had the footage from that very short debate I had. Oh no, I think I posted that. Yeah, I posted it. Yeah, it's on my channel. Go check out my channel if you'd like. If you're just joining, we keep fluctuating between 8 and 1 viewer. But that's the nature of the YouTube vertical game, I guess. That's how it's been. I got 6,000 views on a stream once, or no, 3,000 views on a stream once, and then 1,000. Normally I get, I don't know, 15, 13, something like that. Isn't that like? I don't think it's a wave that you can ride, or I think maybe it's a wave like you got to catch it, because like 285 views on this one so far, but with an average view duration of 55 seconds. Oh, YouTube be crazy. YouTube be fucking crazy. What could we title this to? The one that got the most views was like, what was it? More Evil, the Left, or Christianity? But I'm not going to see that same performance just by using the same title, so. But what are we doing here? We're talking about religion. We're talking about ooh, here we go. Answering questions for atheists. There you go. That's totally cool. I can totally get behind that title. But which category should it be in? Let's see. How about nonprofits and activism? If you're just joining, welcome. We're chilling. Kind of like old school villains. If you're familiar with what it's like to be an OG. Elliot, opinions on Iran. I think it's really shitty what we're doing over there. Or what Trump's doing, I guess. I think, colonialism really needs to stop. Nation building and regime change and things like that kind of need to stop. I'm not sure why we keep doing that. It's not really helpful, I don't think. We may prosper in the long run from it, but that's at the expense of lives. Which kind of sucks, you know? Kind of shitty. Kind of not cool.
If the universe is clearly proven on a shadow of a doubt that it had a beginning, and as we know, scientists
Well, we don't know that it had a beginning.
agree unanimously that everything that we know that had a beginning had a cause. So would you therefore not?
I don't think many of us are caught up in the cause. Again, as I said before, stop going away, background! How dare you? It's because it's an American flag. Oh, I know how to do it. Okay. That background, we will get it to stay up. I will not let it go away. No, sir. No, damn it. We did it. We're back. The flag is up. It's flying. It's flying high. Goose, I have a Discord where I speak to believers on their faith and other subjects regarding religion. God, would you be interested in joining and having a conversation with us? I'm the only atheist. Not right now. My day's sort of winding down.
At the beginning of the universe had a cause.
It'd be nice to have fellow atheists share their thoughts. Yeah, sometime, absolutely.
Is it
Tomorrow. If you're doing it.
something that is intelligent, powerful, purposeful, and personal? Or do you think it's unpersonal, unintelligent, without purpose, and impersonal? Maybe it's just a bit of energy somehow that randomly, when it exploded into some sort of matter, produced the universe as we know it. What I think, and what the scientists point to, is that beginning that had a cause must have been intelligent, because the evidence we see in the universe is it's a very complex universe that's
Oh, okay. So we're doing... Oh, not isn't today. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. You could even go to my Discord and then give me the link to your Discord, if you'd like. DM it or email it or whatever makes you most comfortable. But so he's wrapping a few concepts into this.
purpose and impersonal.
Hang on.
At the beginning of the universe had a cause. So now you have to ask.
He's saying that we have to assume that the beginning of the universe had a cause.
So what is that cause? Is it something that is intelligent, powerful, purposeful?
So is it a creator or is it not a creator?
Personal? Or do you think it's unpersonal, unintelligent, without purpose, and impersonal?
I can believe that it's a few of those things. Without purpose, I'm not sure. Unintelligent, I don't know. Impersonal, I don't know. I guess I don't know any of those things.
Maybe it's just a bit of energy somehow that randomly, when it exploded into some sort of matter, produced the universe as we know it.
Never thought about it. I don't really give a shit.
What I think, and what the scientists point to,
Hang on, let me log into
that
Discord.
beginning that had a cause must have been intelligent, because the evidence we see in the universe is it's a very complex universe that's very, very precisely tuned.
And then we're talking about the fine-tuning argument, which is, again, still kind of gobbledygook because... Hang on. Damn it. remember it was something unique. I think I may have changed it. Sorry, I'm talking about my password. My thing. Nope, don't edit channel. That's not what I wanted. All right, give this one a try. See if that one works.
Everything that we see about the universe points to a designer. So,
well, no. We don't know.
Why can't that designer be an intelligent, uncaused cause that has purpose and personality that created a universe? Because if that is the more likely of the two options, well, guess what?
Is it? I don't think we've come to conclusively know anything about that. Doesn't let me bring up the link. Damn it. Sorry, I still kind of don't know how, what's it called works? Discord works. So we try things until we get it right. Try that one.
Sure.
Hello, real life atheist here. Just wanting to clear some.
Hey, bro, you're an atheist, right?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
What?
All right.
If you want to avoid...
Good question.
Well, let me back up for a second. There's only two possible...
Is there anything else that you use this...
Come on.
How to turn an atheist into an agnostic in 3 simple questions. But first of all, what's the difference between an atheist and an agnostic? An atheist believes that God does not exist.
No, an atheist doesn't believe in God. There's a little bit of a distinction there.
Whereas an agnostic believes it's possible that God exists, but it's not probable.
Oh, it's a Stitch.
Here we go again. Another individual who claims to know the difference between atheist and agnostic, but doesn't even know what an atheist is. Atheist does not believe in God. Period. That's it. I do not believe in God. I do not believe there is no God.
It won't link me to anything. What? All right, I'll just look you up, man. There we go. Oh, wait, no. I don't know how to do this. There we go. All right, I sent you a request. Hopefully that works. Yeah, Justin, have a good one. Gotta go beyond this. No! I don't want stitches, I want actual questions. Where were I think we were.
Hi there. I'm
Okay.
that Ben guy, and welcome to the inaugural edition of questions that people keep asking me in the comments, and
Damn
it's
it.
getting kind of weird.
I don't think this is questions for atheists.
Finally, to answer the question that a lot of people apparently need to know about me. No, I'm not Jewish.
Okay.
Hey, quick question. If you told yourself from when you were a Christian that you're atheist now...
Come on.
Let's talk about presuppositionalism and why it is the worst non-answer.
I don't want to hear people yelling into the camera. Did you say I?
Where science, when I say I have a question, science says, and I have an answer. Here it is. Here's a physical thing. Or, that's a great question. So this, if I had to boil it down to the simplest way that I can just.
I hear a lot of people say if God exists, why do evil things happen?
Okay. Do you believe that you have free will, that you make your own decisions?
Absolutely.
If I eat pizza every single day for 5 months and I end up in the hospital, I'm like, oh, God made me fat. Right? We need to start taking account of...
No. That's a pretty bad argument. But I guess go on.
Ability for the evil that we're perpetrating. Yes, there are disasters and whatnot. Like, for example, an earthquake took place, people died. But if you ask about God, then you have to ask in the entire picture, afterlife.
Oh, we're just going to shirk that off. Okay. Totally.
There's an afterlife. Anyone who faces something horrible in this life, God will compensate. If you and I feel indignant about that poor baby who died under the rubble, what about the one who put that mercy in our hearts? The one who...
What? Let me make sure that I'm fully understanding what this person's saying.
End up in the hospital, I'm like, oh, God made me.
So...
You have free will, that you make your own decisions?
Absolutely.
If I eat pizza every single day for 5 months...
If you yourself do something that will result in poor health...
And I end up in the hospital, I'm like, oh, God.
And you blame God, sure. That would be you trying to foist your problems onto God. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Right? We need to start taking accountability for the evil that we're perpetrating. Yes, there are disasters and whatnot. Like, for example, an earthquake took place, people died. But if you ask about God, then you have to ask in the entire picture.
Right, so you take you look at a very good example of God just indiscriminately killing people. And you're like, well, you know, you got to look at the whole picture here, okay? All right? God put mercy in our hearts. He granted us the grace to feel upset when babies die under rubble. Isn't that beautiful? I guess that's almost a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing that baby died. Thanks, Christians.
Afterlife. There's an afterlife. Anyone who faces something horrible in this life, God will compensate. If you and I feel indignant about that poor baby who died under the rubble, what about the one who put that mercy in our hearts? The one who began all of this? You think that person's
Right.
not indignant?
It's
When you
right.
ask about...
Well, like, that's, I mean, if you're saying that God killed these babies and then is like, ah, shucks, I killed some babies. Ah, man, I'm such a dick. Does that, I don't think that absolves him.
God, I always say we have to ask about the whole picture. I can't pick one piece of a clock, like the needle, and be like, ah, this doesn't tell time.
Oh, now you're just going off on a completely just nothing nonsense. Stop using metaphor. Guys, when you're arguing for Christianity, it's a bad look to just go off into some fucking metaphors. Stop philosophizing, okay? Don't ever philosophize. Don't philosophize. Don't you dare philosophize on me, okay? I will not listen to philosophication. All right? I refuse. Psilocybin. All right? I won't do it. I won't listen.
Right. I agree with that. I agree with everything you said there. It makes sense. I hear a lot of people say
Does
if
it?
God exists, why?
Does it make sense? If I'm only looking at one arm of the clock face, then I'm not looking at the whole clock itself. God. Does that make sense to anybody? I'm going to say no.
The evil thing.
So yeah.
What?
Yes. When a person is feeding a homeless man, that is the uncreated energy of good, which is God himself acting in the person. All good.
And to emphasize that, he showed a clip of the guy from American Psycho feeding a homeless man that he then kills.
Good things that happen in creation are God himself acting in the world.
So that must have been God then.
Meaning there is an objective good. All evil things that happen are the absence and defiance of God's will and actions in a person.
Well, you're coding it that way. You're specifically stating, like, that's you saying that, not God.
Hope that helps you. I assume since you are a subjective moralist, good and evil aren't real.
No. Saving people from a burning building is pretty good. Saving grapists from a burning building, probably not as good. But saving a life, still pretty good. Killing babies, probably pretty bad. So if you order, your soldiers to go into a nation, then run your sword through all the babies in there, it's pretty bad. I don't know that you want to split these kind of hairs as a Christian. I don't... If we're going tit for tat, it's not going to look good for Christians.
Dan says if you look at it, there are more and more attacks on religions, which means world is being... I've got 5 questions for atheists. Duet this. People often assume they know what you believe about a variety of topics because you...
First, I don't know what that means. Secondly, go on.
...believe in a God. I don't want to do that, so here are the questions. Do you believe our values are simply social constructs?
Yes.
What do you think the solution is when worldviews and societal systems of value clash?
Either we make changes in society or we figure out ways to cooperate. I mean, I think it's not people on the left, people who are atheist, people who are whatever. It's not them that forces things into binaries. It's these specific structured frameworks that force things into boxes. I think you can believe that everything kind of exists on a spectrum. So like countries aren't fully evil or fully good. So if you're looking at things in terms of worldview, then there can be a nation that's been forced into extremism by cycles of poverty and genocide. And so they might commit an act of terrorism. Like, that would, I guess, be a clash of societal value systems because the people they're attacking probably don't believe in jihad, or maybe they do and they don't believe that they're guilty of anything deserving of ritual religious death. But, I mean, that... If you want to prevent that, you try to cooperate. You try to find common ground, and you... If anything, it's Christians in this equation that need to be more flexible and open-minded. Rotate!
Do you believe in hard determinism?
My chair doesn't cooperate. I don't know what hard determinism is, so I do not know if I believe in it.
When you say something is immoral, what exactly do you mean?
Not in keeping with the framework that societal norms have been built around that sustain that status quo. I don't like these uncomfortable pauses.
Rational basis for valuing human flourishing.
Someone else in another TikTok said that. Why is that a question that's like a popular question for people to ask atheists? Is that, I feel like, again, all of these are like gotchas and traps. Like, it's all like someone trying to create a narrative that just doesn't exist. What is your logical, rational basis? This is not a debate. I don't feel the need to equate it or to qualify anything for the value, for the valuing human flourishing. If you do value human flourishing and believe there is such a basis, I don't really care, I guess. Human flourishing, I mean, I guess we form collectives, and sometimes that's tribal, and sometimes it results in a healthy society, and when it results in a healthy society, then we build a nation around it. Is that human flourishing? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Hard determinism, it basically says that free will is an illusion because every decision that people make is actually determined by preceding factors. Oh, okay, so like fate. I mean, with all the randomness that exists numerically out there, with all the oh, it's a non-zero chance that you could fall through the floor at any moment. I feel like there's probably a set of tumblers that the cosmic pins fall into that could potentially, randomly enough, that could potentially result in something we perceive as determinism, like fate. Because, you know, the butterfly effect, every action, you know, results in something. And it may be something that you completely have no idea that it's resulting in, that happens way further down the road, but I don't know, I just feel like chaos dictates that there is every random solution to every problem, meaning that if there is the possibility for everything, then the nature of chaos would dictate that predeterminism would be true as well. If all things are true. If nothing's forbidden, then hard determinism is true as well. So is God. So is a series of gods. So is a pantheon of gods. That's why I like chaos so much. Because it's fucking cool.
This is crazy. So in the book of Daniel, the angel is talking to Daniel, and he's saying that in the end, the sinners will not understand anything. They won't understand not one thing that's going on. Because
who created God? Yeah, the classic Reddit atheist line. Well, to answer that question simply, no one did.
What is the blob that she's massaging? Is that this person, or is this just a stock video?
Let me explain. If God needed a creator, God's creator would also need a creator, and then you get an infinite...
Right. That's the point of that argument. That's the reason why infinite regression is a bad argument for God, because God needs a creator.
chain of creators,
Yeah.
which is basically like dominoes falling with no first push. It
Yeah.
simply doesn't work.
Right.
There must be a first cause.
No.
And this is the part where Christians and non-believers
You people
alike
are
get
saying that.
confused. God isn't something that needs to be created. He doesn't exist inside time like everything else does. He's eternal.
Right. Which means he's still kind of a bastard, right?
That's why God doesn't need a creator. And here's the thing. This problem doesn't disappear if you're not religious. If you believe in the Big Bang, you still have the same
What
problem.
the hell is happening? What is this? What is the footage?
Because even then, you have to explain where matter, energy, and space itself came from, which...
No normal person at all has to explain where matter, energy, where any of that shit came from. Nobody has to explain that. That would be if you're in a debate. That would be if you are trying to argue with someone. Is this how the blob was created? I don't know. I don't know what it is.
means you still need a first cause. Who created God? Yeah,
It's like a jellyfish washed up on a beach and they're like massaging it and
Classic
folding
Reddit
it.
atheist line. Well, to answer that question simply, no one did. Let me explain. If God...
Or if you're just trying to understand the nature of universe and existence. Yes, but that, again, that's not a dinner table issue. We don't the conversation of atheist versus Christian doesn't typically take place around how matter and energy formed. It's whether or not you believe in God. I feel like if it gets too complicated, then we're no longer talking about the right thing. I don't know. I feel like we should be focused.
Excellent question. The Bible says the Lamb was slain before the formations of time. So God fathomed when he would come into creation in the form of a perfect individual to live a life without flaw, be an individual that was without blemish and never did wrong, and that in the 33rd year of his life he would be betrayed by one of his own disciples.
What? Are we saying that God predicted that he would become Jesus? And yes, cynical, I agree with you.
And he would be tortured and sent to execution so that his perfect, holy God blood can be spilled out for the species that betrayed him in the first place.
What? Is this some knowledge that I'm missing here?
Excellent question. The Bible says the Lamb was slain before the formations of time.
So the Bible says that the Lamb was slain before the formations of time, according to this person.
So God fathomed when he would come into creation.
So God fathomed. Do we have word of the day calendars that we're using, I think? When he came to creation.
Perfect individual.
In the form of a perfect individual. I think Christians say a lot of perfect when it comes to Jesus, but does he ever say that he's perfect? Or does God ever say that he's perfect? Like, where does it ever say anywhere that he's perfect? I don't know that. So I'm asking. So that's why I'm asking the question. I don't know whether or not that is the case. It's not a gotcha. I promise. That's not a gotcha. How do you have before if time doesn't exist? Don't ask questions. You're not allowed to ask the questions, okay? That's where faith comes in. Ow, Jesus! Jeshua! I got cords freaking everywhere right now.
To live a life without flaw.
I'm pretty sure Jesus got angry once or twice.
Be an individual that was without blemish and never did
same
wrong.
thing. Same thing.
That in the 33rd year of his life, he would be betrayed by one of his own disciples, and he would be tortured and sent to execution.
It's more likely that Jesus was just a guy who happened to be executed for heretical beliefs, rather than the Son of God, rather than God himself.
So that his perfect, holy God blood can be...
Emphasis on God blood. Sounds pretty badass and metal, but creepy coming from this person.
Spilled out for the species that betrayed him in the first place.
And that, I'm not quite sure on the details there. The species that betrayed him, I guess if you're talking about betrayed him, like as, Judas, betrayed him, like, and then we're saying that Jesus is God in human form. If I'm to believe all that, then yeah, I guess. But Judas doesn't speak for mankind. Whatever. I'm getting too far into nuance here. This is my point.
Anybody who called on the name of God would be able to be reconciled to their former state before sin destroyed the world. Excellent question. The Bible says.
Unsubstantiated. So far. I don't know what to tell you.
This is part 1 of questions Christians cannot answer.
I'm a Christian. Let's hear it.
First up, who created God?
That's not a hard...
He doesn't have to be created, all right? He's got infinity shell plus 5, all right? You don't have to do it. You don't have to create something like that, okay? It just is. So, like, do these people just start recording and then figure out what they're going to say? I honestly believe they do. I don't think that they've written out... I don't think most people write out scripts for this kind of stuff. I think they just say what's in their heart and let God take over. I truly believe that Christians, they think they don't have to read the Bible because... And then they just claim they do. Because it's, like, divine if they have faith. And I think that the people who are really zealous truly believe this. If they have enough faith that God will speak through them and they won't need to know what's in the Bible. And I think that that's how they do everything. Like they don't, it's just, if they have the right amount of faith, then they don't have to be accountable. Least of all to themselves, right?
Hard question. It's just a nonsense question.
Right. So if we can't answer or don't want to answer where the universe came from, apparently that means that atheist owned, right? Atheist dominated. But if Christians refuse to believe or refuse to answer where God came from, which is a reasonable question, then they just dismiss it and say that's a stupid question. Shouldn't we be able to say Christians owned? You know, like isn't that like just kind of a double standard there? It feels like. I don't know. I'm not a fan of just saying like F you Christians. Like that's not what this channel's about. But I think it would be easier to say that if you saw all things as equal, at the very least. Just give us some credit, you know? If you guys can't answer where God came from, then don't expect us to be able to answer where the universe came from. Come on, man. I won't do it. I won't be bullied. Don't you frickin' bully me. All right? I won't take it. I'll listen to it. And I might even think about it. But I will not sit here and take it. No, sir. Anywho, if you're just joining, you joined way too late because we're about to end the stream. I'd like to thank you for hanging out. And if you didn't notice this ultra patriotic scenery behind me, it's because I'm very patriotic and I'm quite a stalwart champion of American values and stuff. Yep. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Thank you for spending some portion of your Wednesday, is it? I don't see a calendar anywhere. Thank you for spending some portion of your Wednesday with me. I did say that I might stream last night, but I got passed out, if I'm completely honest. Maybe tonight. I'll just be playing some random video games. I don't really have anything on the agenda. But might stream. I don't know. Why not? You know? Ain't gotta be anywhere. Ain't got a wife in the house for a couple more days, so might as well just take advantage of it when I can, you know? I mean, I still have to get dinner and take the dogs out and all kinds of stuff, but once all that's settled, why the hell not? No, I did not call for you. Shut up, you goddamn. Did you hear that? Shmeshmexa got activated. And I said I wasn't calling for you, and she said thanks for letting me know. Would be nice to get the Pathfinder stuff stored. Yeah, that's cool. I don't need to stream that, but I think that would be pretty boring to stream. But yeah, I don't mind doing a Discord call later or something. Gotta get something in my tummy. And I gotta get my new video uploaded. I just finished editing something. It took me like 3 fucking weeks to edit. America! All right. See y'all later. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Although I don't know why I keep saying that because I keep being late. So probably 10, but I try to start at 9. I don't know, half the streamers I watch are just doing game prep stuff. Oh, okay. Hey, maybe it's a thing. You know, I would like to get away from I think that I rode the wave of religious and MAGA content, and I would love to take a break for a while. So maybe streaming something that I think people might not be entertained by. Maybe that'll be the vibe, you know? Hiya! Either way, if you see me on Discord around 5, then I'm down to do whatever. So just hit me up. But if you don't see me on there, then I am probably either saying fuck it for the night and just going to get stoned and pass out, or I have just passed out inadvertently. It's a possibility with the way that we age. Sometimes you just find yourself waking up in a random chair, wondering how you got there. And, I think everyone who witnesses that would just say that's a symptom of getting old. I still haven't started leaving the remote in weird places. I think she almost threw up in her mouth a little bit. All right, see ya. Yeah, I will see you later if I'm on Cynical. Have a good one. Thank you very much. This has been Goose. I've been Goose. America.